Test, test, test. There we go. Now it's showing. Commissioner Wildcat, can you hear me now? Test, test, test.
Getting volume out of it.
Yeah, it's showing.
It's Mark Francisco. I can hear you now.
There we go.
Looks like the phone's, somebody, whoever's on the phone was talking too. So.
I think he. Now I just can't hear anything, so. Okay, yep, he just said audio's now on.
Who did?
I don't know, whoever this is.
Sounds like it's going to be on.
Okay, yep, I think we're good. They're texting me now saying that they have sound,
Okay,
so.
cool.
Awesome, thank you.
So.
Okay. All right. Okay, are we all ready? Would we like to call another roll call?
I've got to text a few people here and let them know that. He's all joined in now.
Commissioner Wildcat's online and Commissioner Francisco is online.
I just got a thumbs up from Commissioner Francisco.
Call the meeting to order.
What I would suggest would do another roll call real quickly, and I can do that.
All right, go for it, Charlie.
Vice President Broussard.
Here.
Excuse me.
Vice President Broussard.
Here again.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavello.
Here.
Thank you. District 2 is vacant. Commissioner Boyle is absent today. Commissioner Schiffer.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Rithaller. Commissioner Rithaller, have you? Okay, still working on it. Commissioner Cura.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Francisco.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And then we have Senator Driscoll is joining us remotely. Representative Newsom is here. in person, and to be determined the governor's liaison. We have a quorum now.
All right, Charlie, do we need to back up and revote on the agenda?
You know, we had a quorum at the time the agenda was adopted. That was adopted. The motion was Commissioner Cura, seconded by Commissioner Covello. That passed. We're now on item number 3.
All right, moving on to item number 3, the approval of last meeting's minutes. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Vice President, I would move to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion regarding the minutes? All right, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes. We're moving to item number 4A, Vice President report. Charlie, you're going to discuss what we talked about, sort of the terms. I don't do it if you are.
Yeah, we can do that now. Do you want to,
Well, I don't really.
you don't really have anything at this point?
No, I don't have anything other than just
Okay.
discussing what we'd like to see moving forward.
And we can move on to item number 4B then, if that would be your pleasure, and I can visit about that a minute.
Yeah, so
Good morning, everyone. Over the last couple weeks, and we're on item 4B, which is election of vice president and president. Commissioner Broussard, Vice President Broussard and I have spoke about this, and then a couple other commissioners. And, you know, first off, we want to set out there, you know, what are the expectations of a president. And, you know, the president is here to conduct and preside over commission meetings. Last year, we had 10 commission meetings, attend legislative meetings, budget hearings whenever possible. We had 9 of those meetings last year as well, and then attempt to attend any industry meetings as well. And then communicate on a weekly basis with the commission's director and staff and have a general understanding of all programs under the commission's purview. There's also been some discussion with term limiting potentially, you know, the president or the vice president. And then also the discussion is, if you're going to be nominated for vice president, you are in line through the next rotation, would be to be president. So that is the expectation. Over the last number of years, we got off of that schedule, and it was because we had individuals that had been elected as vice president that didn't want to be president. So we got off that normal routine that had been in place for a long time. So, you know, that is and has been the process for quite some time. The vice president would move up into the presidency typically, but we also leave it open for nominations as well. And, you know, I do know that at this point, you know, Commissioner Broussard would like to serve as president and is willing to and be able to attend the meetings regularly, while former President Davis set the bar high with his attendance in meetings, and we sure thank him for that. Troy is wanting to do the same. So did I kind of cover what we'd talked about, you think?
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to clarify is we're not suggesting term limits as much as a standard operating procedure of a 2-year full, so 2 1-year terms, and then change the leadership so we get more people to serve, but not a hard term limit per se. Any questions about that from the commission? Okay, let's move on.
So at this point, I think it would be, we would open it up to nominations for the president and the vice president.
Mr. Vice President,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I would like to nominate Troy Broussard for president.
Thank you. I'll accept. Are we taking nominations for vice president?
We can do that as well now.
Well, I would like to return the favor.
And we could just do them both together if you'd
Okay.
like to.
Or the penalty, I would like to nominate Cactus for vice president.
I'll second that.
Do we need discussion?
Are there any other nominations from the floor?
Can do discussion?
Any other nominations for either president or vice president? Okay. Yeah, hearing none. Then we'll just call the vote.
A motion that nomination cease.
I move that we close nominations.
Is there a second?
I'll
Do we need a vote to close? Okay, let's vote on closing the nominations. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? No. Okay. Okay,
Troy Broussard, Vice President being Commissioner Cavello.
we'll do it one shot. All in favor of the current nominations, myself as president and Cactus as vice president, say aye.
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 And all those opposed, say nay. Wow, none. Okay,
Commissioner Broussard, it does say in the packet that it'd be effective at the conclusion of the meeting, and, you know, that, it can be effective at this point now. I don't see that that's a problem of any kind,
I don't have an ego.
obviously, you know, so,
We can't have two vice presidents.
that's true.
Yeah.
If you'd like me to, I can move on to item 4C now.
Okay, moving on.
Thank you. Item 4C, President Broussard, is our financial reports. Commissioners, if you look in your packet, you'll see that I've submitted the financial reports for January and February. We would need a motion to accept as presented, discussion, comments, and then any questions I can answer, and then obviously a vote.
Mr. President, I would move to accept the financial reports as presented.
Any second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion regarding the financial reports? Commissioners on Zoom, anything?
Yes, this is Commissioner Rittaller.
Hi, morning.
Morning, I just got on. And my computer wouldn't do it, so I got on my wife's computer. Do I have video?
No.
No, you do not, sir. We've had, as you know, we've had some technical problems here, but we can sure hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, so I will unmute. Thank you.
And thank you for letting us know you'd made it on. Appreciate that. For everyone that's listening in, we're on item 4C. We have a motion to accept the financials as presented for Commissioner Cavello. We have a second, Commissioner Schiffer.
And we're on comments. So any comments from commission or from the gallery this moment? Hearing none, we will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Sorry, all opposed? Okay, motion passes. Wagering activity report, Charlie.
President Broussard, if I can move on, item 4D, which is the wagering activity report. In our January meeting, the report that was submitted to you we had not completed the audit of our figures. This is the audited report now. I would ask for a motion to accept, and then a second, of course, and then to accept this as presented.
Okay,
If
open
you
for
have any
motions.
questions.
And a motion. Thank you. Thank you, Dick. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Cactus. Any comments, conversation about the wagering activity report? In the gallery, anyone? It's your chance. All right, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving, accepting the wagering activity report, say aye. Opposed? Opposed? Hearing none, passes. And we will now move on to item number 4, Echo E.
Thank you, President Broussard. Item 4E, which is race meet, 2023 race meet officials. As you can see from your packets, Commissioners, Energy Downs, we have presiding steward Marty Hamilton. We have acting as the other 2 stewards, Linda Salinas, Tim Weeks, and then safety steward would be Denny Wirtz, and then Dr. Erickson is the commission veterinarian. For Wyoming Downs and Sweetwater Downs, we have Larry Eliason for the presiding steward, Dave Wheeler, Bill Brown, and then John Ward as the safety officer, safety steward, and then again, Dr. Erickson as the commission veterinarian. We are in the process of completing, after today's meeting, we'll be able to complete the contracts if we have a positive and affirmative motion. At this point, I would ask for a motion to accept those 2 categories, and then we'll move on in a separate item to the race meet officials for Wyoming, or 307 horse racing, Wyoming Downs, and then Wyoming horse racing.
All right. Entertain a motion to accept the list of stewards. Is that motion we're looking for?
We need a motion, yes.
President Bouchard, I will make a motion that we accept the Wyoming Gaming Commission's Energy Downs and Wyoming Downs stewards.
Thank you. Do we hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Comments? I have a quick comment. So does the veterinarian can make both meets?
Yes.
No conflict? Okay.
What President Broussard, thank you. What he'll do is he can designate someone else. And in what he did last year, he had someone that was in his practice or within that was doing that. He's also then going to sub part of that contract out to a local veterinarian in that area to cover those weekends and be back and forth overseeing both racetracks. It is problematic. It's really difficult to find somebody, but we're getting through it.
Thank you, Charlie.
And just to kind of quickly, the quality of these individuals. For Energy Downs, Mr. Hamilton has been a presiding steward, I think in Oregon and in Washington, and I believe New Mexico and a couple other places. So he's very experienced. He is new to us. Linda Salinas worked for us last year and then spent part of the summer or the summer last year in Colorado. Tim Weeks is a new person, went through the rope certification. And again, every one of these have gone through rope certification. So they are certified. Denny Wirtz worked for us last year and then went through the rope certification as well. Then for Wyoming Downs and Sweetwater Downs, Larry Eliason is retired from the South Dakota Gaming Commission and Racing Commission. After 25 years there, he taught the rope program, the legal side of it, and is extremely experienced. And he's worked for us. This will be his 3rd year, I believe. Very well qualified in that spot. Dave Wheeler, again, rope certified, has worked in several jurisdictions along with Wyoming for quite a while. He had to take a leave of absence last year due to some health issues. Bill Brown comes from Oklahoma. Again, rope certified, has been in the business for a number of years and worked in Oklahoma and here in Wyoming off and on for a number of years. And then Johnny Ward, safety officer, he's also a steward and worked for us last year as a steward. Johnny Ward is at one point in his career as a jockey, world-class jockey for quarter horses and has won all the major races in the country. And then Dr. Erickson has been with the commission since, I believe, 2006 maybe or 7, and has been doing the services for us since that time. So good group of people, very well qualified.
Thank you, Charlie. Any comments, questions from the commission? I'll open it up to anyone else. Any comments from anyone else? Okay, not hearing any, we will call the question. All in favor of accepting the race meet officials, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, that passes. And we're going to go to the actual permittees.
Yes, thank you. The permittee officials we have listed here, we have Energy Downs, we have Wyoming Downs is in your packet, and we have Sweetwater Downs. Energy Downs 307 Horse Racing is the first one. They have submitted all of their officials for their race meet. We have looked into, they have a new starter this year. They have a new returning racing secretary that's coming in a few weeks. Don't see any issues with 307. Downs is officials, we do have some vacancies here at this point in time. Those vacancies can be filled, as we had to do last year, by the stewards, and we can do that approval at the stewards level. I know Wyoming Downs, and I spoke with Mr. Lamb this morning about this. They're working hard to get those spots filled. But again, it's a tough market out there right now all over the country, finding good people that can come in and do those. And then Wyoming Horse Racing's officials, I believe it's complete. Majority of the people are all returning individuals, and we've had a lot of experience with them all. I believe you have maybe one or two people here that have moved some positions around. What I would suggest, commissioners, is it could be one motion for all three. It could be a motion that would be accepting these as presented, with the understanding that we do have a couple that we'll have to fill in, and the stewards can do that and have no problem doing that and approve those.
Okay, commissioners, do I hear a motion to accept the permittees, race officials as presented? Do we want to do it in one, guys? Yep.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions regarding the permittees, officials as presented?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mr. President, Charlie, all these individuals are licensed through our licensing procedure, is that right?
Thank you, Nick. He turned the mic on for me. Yes, they would be licensed once they get here. Yes. And this would be an approval probably. Maybe you want to amend the motion if you'd like to amend it to be approval as presented, subject to licensing.
And I would accept that on my second.
Yeah, I would amend to make it subject to licensing.
So whoever's taking minutes to get all that down? Okay. Any comments from the commission regarding these race officials? How about out in the gallery? Anybody? Oh, all right. Seeing none, we will call the vote. All in favor of approving the permittees, race officials as presented? What was the last part? Subject to licensing. Okay. Say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. That passes. Breeders' Award Fund.
Real quickly, before we get into that, I'd just like to make a note, President Broussard, we start live racing May 20th at Energy Downs. We start live racing at Wyoming Downs on June 3rd. So we're fast approaching those events at each one of them, and our summer will be upon us if we get rid of the snow out here. So that's all I have there.
Thank you.
Excuse me. We go on to,
Randy?
No, the next one's Heiza.
Okay.
yeah, we have, the next item
Oh,
for
HISA,
business would be item 4H, which would be a HISA update. In your packet, commissioners, we have this is a press release that was that went out from the Louisiana Attorney General, Jeff Landry, and I had the opportunity to visit with him briefly a few weeks ago, and quite an interesting individual. Very supportive in the state of Louisiana with horse racing, and they are fighting the HISA project in fighting it quite aggressively. But also there was in here, it talks about a call to action from other states. We also had in your packet another press release that came from the HPBA. Several things are in your packet, and then you do have a newsletter from HISA. While it's not necessarily affecting us here in Wyoming at this point, but maybe I need to back up and correct that statement. You know, it does affect us in Wyoming. It's made it to where our permittees have had to look at it, and it's not cost effective to send a signal. Prior to 307 horse racing being on board, Wyoming Downs and Wyoming Horse Racing were working very hard and very diligently to put their signal and update their signal and get their signal out. Currently with that, it just makes it, as far as the thoroughbreds are concerned, it's problematic and it's not cost effective. I'm not going to speak for Wyoming Downs, but I think maybe that's pretty accurate. Thank you for that. And so at this time, you know, what we've taken out of our toolbox, so to speak, is one of the tools. It may not be the one we have to go to every day, but it is a tool. And I think the way the operators are looking at this, but also I look at it, and I think the commission as a whole looks at this, is sending that signal is not just the wagering dollar that's being placed. It's also people from out of state seeing that we have horse racing in Wyoming, seeing it in other parts of the country. And then when they decide they want to come to Wyoming, they go, hey, you know what? We do know there's racing. Let's stop it at one of the racetracks and enjoy that. So it's a bit of an advertising or a huge piece of advertising. It's a tourism dollar. It's all those dollars, and when you add those up, while they're difficult to monetize, put that number together, you know, it's significant. So I know that Commissioner Schiffer has some ideas on this as well. He's been tracking this quite a bit, and I think he would like to speak to this a little bit. But what I might, you know, encourage at this point, while a motion to look into the lawsuit and join the lawsuit is inappropriate, but we can ask the AG's office to look into this and look at it and see if it's appropriate for the state. But it isn't appropriate for us to make a motion to join the lawsuit, but it would be appropriate, maybe a motion or just direction to Mr. Kaler here to look into it. And he has, I know. He's looked at this a little bit already. So I would turn it to Commissioner Schiffer, maybe.
Sorry, would it be appropriate for us to just show our support for the AG pursuing? Or is that?
Yeah, we can certainly. Thanks, Nick.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we can certainly look at it and talk about it in our office. Right now, there are, I think, 2 federal court decisions that are making their way up to the United States Supreme Court, and we can certainly take a look, and I can talk to my boss about it.
So what can we do as a commission to help?
Just that?
Yeah, I don't know that anything further is needed.
Okay. How many states are there in this currently?
I don't know offhand, Mr. President.
Any questions or comments? Isa? You have the floor.
I believe the main lawsuits are by Louisiana, West Virginia, and Iowa, I believe. And there's the other lawsuit that has said HISA was good. I'm not sure who is in that one. I think the arguments for and against the HISA are really getting crystallized by the litigants at this point. And it's basically falling between the big players and everybody else, meaning the lesser players, which Wyoming is one of those. And I think principally the little players are worried about having to pay for the big players' party. I don't hear anything in Wyoming that our oversight of racing is anywhere faulty or otherwise. I mean, we do a good job. We really don't need somebody in Washington to tell us that we're doing it right or doing it for us. So it's very questionable whether we should be involved in this. One of the solutions, and Charlie and I talked to Senator Loomis's office, would be working towards a legislative amendment to HISA to, perhaps help our, our positions. That really isn't, I think there's a number of different senators who are involved in that. It hasn't really gotten too far so far, but I think it's coming as more people voice their pro or con, and as these cases go forward. But I see it as a drain to every aspect of our horse racing, and principally to the operators and the horsemen. They're going to pay for this some way or another, and it's detrimental to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schiffer. Any other comments? Bob?
Thanks, Nick. Representative Davis, Commission, I think you need to go ahead and get a little more aggressive here. We've been battling this for a couple of years, and, these other states are working at it, but I don't see why we can't, as Wyoming, get on board. We've got a great racing deal going here. Why do we want to jeopardize that? I would say get a letter to the governor and get the governor to work on the AG and get them off center and going, And I think that would be totally appropriate from you guys. I don't know what Representative Newsom believes, but I think that would be a good strategy to go forward. I mean, with strength in numbers, we can darn sure do better than where we're at right now, just sitting on the sidelines. I'd rather be a player in this, and that way we can show where we are as Wyoming.
Sandy?
This is Senator Driscoll. I feel exactly the same way. I held back from commenting, but I feel that it's more than appropriate to take some type of formal action to try to continue to push this down. This is a couple of years old, and I agree with Representative Davis that it's a good move.
Okay. Mike, you have a comment? No?
All that for, no, I do not have a comment, and certainly will do what the commission asks, and that's.
So commissioners, Charlie, does the governor know our opinion? Do we know our opinion? I mean, I know my opinion. Does the commission have a unified opinion on asking or suggesting that we join forces with those who oppose it?
President Richard, Commissioner Kerr here. I have thought about this, and basically it's some more of the power grab from back east, from the little community of Washington, D.C. against our horsemen, our businesses out here that are regulated by us. I believe we should, as a commission and as a whole, ask that the Attorney General's office pursue this and get us involved in this. It's like Representative Davis said, there's strength in numbers and we're just getting going. And I think we should make a firm stand at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kayla, what's the feeling and opinion of the AG at the moment regarding this?
I have not talked to my boss about this. Certainly there's a process for a state AG to get involved or sign on to existing lawsuits, and so we can certainly talk about that. I'll bring it up with her.
Can we do anything more formal to show our opinion, or?
What I would maybe suggest, commissioners, would be a motion to direct staff to communicate with the AG's office on this and basically dive into this.
In the letter form, in a official letter form, Charlie, or?
That's appropriate, we could.
Okay.
You know.
Commissioners, is that the direction we'd like to go?
Yes, Mr. President, I think that would be a good way to move forward. Also, I think communication back and forth, obviously with regards to if we join in this lawsuit, what will be our obligations monetarily wise? Are there any and stuff like that? So certainly things that would be pertinent to this discussion. So that being said, I would move that we direct staff to direct a letter to the governor expressing our support for the AG looking into this.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any further discussion?
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
I'd also urge you to get with the horseman groups and these permittees to help, like I say, the more we've got together and going to the governor with this, the better it will look. So it's just not a commission's decision, it's an industry decision here that we're working with.
Do we have horseman representatives here? Oh, come on up, Frank.
No, we do not.
Good morning, Commissioners. Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. I've been following this since its inception and was able to work on some of the rules before they ever started through another association that I'm working with. It was a bad deal to start with, the way it was passed. I think that's probably what sticks in most people's craw, sticking it in a COVID bill that had nothing to do with this. And the intent of it is good, though. Safety in racing, good drug testing, making sure that the cheaters don't have a chance. It's all good. And making sure that our jockeys are safe and our horses are safe, all good. And we should always be working towards that, and we are. As far as support for what you're talking about right now, Wyoming Downs is 100% in support of the action that you're taking this morning. Frankly, I wish it would have come a lot sooner, because but that's okay. I mean, it's just the way it is. And we're going to see some big things coming pretty soon. It's probably going to end up in the Supreme Court, from everyone I've talked to that is a legal scholar and knows how these things work. So the more support that the states that are taking this step have, the better, I think. So we're in support.
Frank, quick question. Mr. Lamb, quick question. All the things you listed that were good is what we do already in Wyoming. So how is that good to have another layer of people who don't know Wyoming?
Yeah, Mr. President, it's not good to have another bureaucratic layer of anything anywhere. So, and that's what this is. The interesting thing about it is when it was all started, it was supposed to be a whole new program without all of the people that have been working over the last decades on these issues. But as it's turned out, they're using the same laboratories that we've used for decades, that we've approved for decades, that this commission has approved. They're using some of the same people that have been working on these issues for a long time and working for HISA. And really, there's nothing new here, I don't think, other than some of the appearance. And so, no, nothing's changed, I don't believe.
Thank you. Any other comments?
President Broussard, we also have Mr. Spiva online who's raised his hand. I can move him over.
We'll have him right after Kyle. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Spiva. You have the floor. George, can you hear me?
I think I've got you now, don't I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
President Broussard, Commissioners, Director Moore. I'm actually now the Vice President of WABRA, and we would like to have input and be able to help with this letter or whatever action the Commission deems appropriate on this subject.
Thank you. I guess from our perspective, your organization should put together a letter separate. Is that probably more appropriate? Yeah, go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I think it's appropriate for a letter to come from the commission, and then I think it's appropriate for a letter to come from industry separately. So I think it's important that there are several letters. To Representative Davis' point, I think one letter is good, but I think if we can get several piled up, I think that's maybe a more effective way to make sure that people understand how important this is. The more voices are out there.
President Broussard.
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie.
Yep, thank you. And to follow up on Representative Newsom's comments, when Commissioner Schiffer and I have spoken with Loomis's office, you know, they have not heard from, or at least they said this to us, they had not heard from any of the operators. And so 307 Horse Racing, Wyoming Downs, Wyoming Horse Racing, and the horsemen's groups, they all need to reach out individually to our representatives. You know, early on in this whole process, I had been talking with the advisors for Senator Barrasso's office as well. In fact, they came, they were here in Casper and stopped up, and we talked about this a little bit, and then they'd said, well, we hadn't heard from our constituents, and that's what they want to hear from. So each and every one of you on your own individually, and then you can copy those letters to our office so we can put it together, need to reach out to those if that's what if you want to make change, and reach out to those people and get their ear and talk to them. And if there's anything that we can add to that to help you with, we would be more than willing to. Our process would be, at this point, would be to communicate with the governor's policy advisor potentially to start with, and ask, you know, what is the appropriate direction to go as far as the executive branch is concerned.
Thank you, Charlie. Kyle, you have the floor.
Kyle Ridgway, Vice President of 307 Horse Racing. And I'll use my better judgment in that I think everybody said anything that I was going to say at this point, specifically about separate letters and strategy. So all I'll say is that 307 Horse Racing will take some active steps to communicate with our federal representatives through the channels that we have with them, and you know, put a letter together that backs up what the commission's saying. I mean, just philosophically, the whole reason we have the whole concept of federalism is that you let the people that are closest to the problem solve the problem. And this is an example of where you have people in different states trying to impose the agenda here that isn't feasible for here, just based on people and resource availability to comply. So it seems like that's a simple thing that can be fixed legislatively or through the courts. I'll be interested to see what the state does, whether it decides to intervene in the court process or not. Our AG's office obviously doesn't have infinite resources like some states do. So we'll have to do what we can, but we'll support, everything that everybody said at this point. So thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
But I know there's a grassroots horsemen's group of prominent trainers who are seeking names of licensees, basically horsemen, to add to their list. So I'm not sure. I know I've got it somewhere, but I don't have it on me, and I'll give it to Charlie if maybe we can spread it out. That they're actually just looking for names, numbers, to just show a big list of involved people. So maybe another way for the horsemen to go and the operators to go. Thank you.
President Broussard, we have Mr. Joyce on the line as well.
Okay, Eugene, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, President Broussard, commissioners. Again, I echo what the other operators have said, what George Spiva from the Horsemen's Group has said. I think that the demands of HISA on a state like Wyoming are onerous and are not helpful in what we're trying to do. I think, me as a track operator for the past 40 years, it's almost insulting that they're going to try to, tell me how to institute safety programs for the horses and the horsemen. But that being said, the big impediment is the financial burdens that they place upon us that don't allow us to send our signal out. We had been sending our signal out for the past 5 years. We had been taking wagers, and people had been watching our racing program as far away as Europe and Australia. And we had people showing up to the racetrack saying, yeah, I saw you guys online 2 years ago and we wanted to make a trip to America and we were coming through Wyoming, so we stopped by. Those things actually happen. So when Director Moore mentions the tourism impact of this, it's absolutely concrete. So again, not to go on too much further, but we will support all of this. We will try to help anybody, draft a concise letter to the elected officials we need to get to. So we all are singing from the same hymn book, so to speak. There are specific things regarding HISA that I think we need to zero in on so that our elected representatives fully understand why we do not like HISA. And with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments going forward? By Brandy.
Yes, thank you, President Broussard. I just wanted to also remind the commission that we take this very seriously as the commission and the operators and horsemen for the safety and welfare of these horses and individuals. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in testing. We do urine, we do blood, we do hair. We are catching the offenders. We've done a lot of rulings. We caught a class 1 this previous year in 2022. And the safety, our injuries have went down. So I think that all the operators are taking the right things. We're on them about safety. We spend, like I said, hundreds of thousands of dollars on these testing every year. And we are catching the offenders, as well as the track is safe for these horses. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that to the commission, that this is, an active role that we play as commissioners and staff, that safety is important to us. And we are, we used to just do urine, then we did blood, now we do all 3. We've done the hair. So I really think that we are doing the industry standard. So I just wanted to give that to the commissioners as thought.
Thank you, Brandy. All right. Anybody else? Yes. Oh.
Mr. President and Commissioners, Charlie, as a director of AQHA, and I'm an emeritus right now, so I don't have to go to those meetings, but I go to all of them. AQHA has been adamantly opposed to HISA and its legality. And when this first started, I did get a hold of our senators, and I talked to people in their office and told them how adamantly opposed we are, against this possible law coming forward. Senator Barrasso said that he thought it was dead and that it wouldn't come forward at all. And then next thing we knew, they slipped it through on the COVID bill. So when it came forward, I think speaking to all of our permittees, we didn't do anything because it just looked like, how are we going to stop it? Thank goodness we have some states that are strong enough that stood up and says, no, we're not going to do this. And the HBBA, the National HBBA did too. So kudos to those guys. Thank you, the state of Wyoming, and to this commission for having the strength to say, we don't agree with this and we're going to stand with these states that are going to sue the legality of this. Thanks, guys. Any questions?
Any questions for Judy? Thank you. All right, anybody else? Anyone on Zoom with their hand up? Any commissioners would like to say anything? Okay. Remind me, do we have a motion
on the floor.
for a letter for our staff to present a letter to the governor, AG, and AG in support of the opposition of HISA? Okay, all in favor? Oops, sorry, Sandy, go ahead.
Did you want to add our federal elected officials to that list of folks we'll send the letter to?
Yes, I would like to amend my motion to include that.
Charlie, did you get that? Minute takers? That we include that letter, CC, in our federal representatives and senators. Okay. Any comment about the amendment? Okay, otherwise we will call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 I didn't hear anybody on Zoom, but all opposed? Okay.
G, Breeders' Award Fund. I'm going to turn this over to Brandy. And she has some things that she'd like to go through briefly, and then you do see in your packet the points. We're not going to necessarily go through all that, but it's quite a big deal, guys. It's a big thing that we're doing here. Brandy?
Thank you, Commissioner Bouchard and commissioners. We've been having discussion with Director Moore and a lot of horsemen actually over the past couple of years. And as this program grows with more money, more horses, more races, more Wyoming bred awardees, and more Wyoming bred points, I wanted the commissioners to understand the depth of administrating a program of this magnitude. So I want to kind of go over with the timeline of these Breeders' Awards payouts really quick. The Breeders' Awards process actually begins when they first accredit a horse. At this point, our accreditation computer system is designed to take the Wyoming bred rules and apply them to the eligibility of racehorses when accredited through the commission. This provides if a horse is eligible, as per our rules, was it foaled in Wyoming, is an out of a broodmare that was in the state during time of conception and met all eligibilities at that point. And also at that point, it'll tell me if the stallion awards are based on if they are eligible, if they're in the state during that time. So it's very complex. You have a computer system that you put in this data entry and it spits back to you if the horse is eligible or not. At that point, that's when the first start seeing if the breeders award start to take place. Once the racing starts, which is 2 years usually down the road, we do race results are entered into the database after each weekend of races and into the computer system. In 2022, to kind of, we've been raising the bar on this program since we took over as the administrator. But in 2022, we started posting these points earned from each race weekend onto the website for horsemen and the public to see. So about every 2 weeks, we would update this list on the points from the previous week's races, and then it calculated all through the year, which would keep adding points. And of course, these are unaudited races until the test clear, everything's good to go. After all the live races are conducted, balancing on these points are done. So at the end of the year, we usually end around October. So at the end of that year, we conduct the balancing of the points. RABRA has, which is the Wyoming All Breeds Racing Association, they do keep points. So to help we balance with them, I will go to them and talk with their secretary to make sure the points are balanced on each horse, that we're kind of in the same realm of what the point should be. And as we go, this is all a validation process. Once the lists are compiled of all the Wyoming bred horses that ran during the year, this includes not only the race horses, but also the race horses' sire and dams. The validation process begins, which is pulling official records from the American Quarter Horse Association, the Payne Association, Appaloosa, and the Jockey Club for thoroughbreds. Once all records are obtained, the next process consists of checking every single horse for owners, breeders, and stallion owners, and who should be paid. Each breed has to be done differently. Quarter horses are different than thoroughbreds. And that's based on basically because the Wyoming bred rules is that we pay breeders awards on the owner of merit foaling. AQHA considers a breeder at time of conception. So I can't use the papers of a horse to do that. I have to actually pull, 200 sets from the AQHA database, send them to them, they pull it and they send them back. The thoroughbreds, they really don't keep track of ownership anymore. They don't have to do transfers. So each one of those have to pull the actual papers. So it's very tedious. And so I have to go through that process. After we get all of that done, our accounting department tabulates the year-end totals. And I want you to note that the Breeders' Award consists of historic racing, simulcast, live, and as well as ADW money. ADW money from December is not paid until mid-January, which must be included in the payout totals. After all money is collected, then the money will go through an audit process where the commission auditor will validate all revenue sources for a year-end auditor for all parimutuel activity. Now, please remind, we have to go through third-party auditing, which is the TRPB, and the accounting and the auditing go through that, and we have to balance with them as well before we go on to the next step. Once the audit is complete and money confirmed, a more lengthy final award validation begins, checking that all money has been distributed properly and credited to the right individuals. Correction to the horses for ownership, breeders, the stallion owners are accurate. Bad tests and redistributions are made at year's end. When a horse gets a bad test and is ruled on, many times that horse will be disqualified, other horses will move up, and a new order of finish will begin, which means in the system, it has to recalculate all the money. And that's when you'll see why we have a lot of unaudited reports, because that final step is not done until right before we do the payout. And a lot of times, like this year, we were still doing rulings and having hearings on bad tests clear up till the end of December. So once we have to wait till all those clear our stewards before we can release a race. And so at that point, once the auditing goes through, which is this is all done by different employees. Our accounting is Misty, and then it goes to D for the auditing of these records. So, and with all of that being said, they're not just doing it on, just one portion. They have to do it on all parimutuel activity before we can do the final deal. So once the administrator feels comfortable but that everything is correct, the payout is distributed and statements are created. Statements are mailed out immediately to all awardees, basically looking like check stubs. They have all the information, what the horse ran, what race it was in, what place it got, the points and the value of the money. And the information from the state to pay these vendors. And then once we mail that statement, we give them 10 days for any awardee to call back with any questions on errors. I usually give 7 to 10 days, and that's just, we just want to be careful on when we're talking about this type of money. A list must be compiled of all the awards along with the splits of partnerships, combined earnings, and then after the 10 days, a check request list is then sent to the State of Wyoming Auditor's Office to start distribution. The list will show vendors that are ready to process with all information accurate and a current W-9 on file. It will also do the ones that the commission are still waiting on, proper W-9s or missing paperwork on file, which usually we have a lot. So it's an ongoing thing till all of these get paid. After the initial list is sent, a shared file with the state gets updated daily on any new awardees that can be paid that have finally turned in. Either they needed an ownership transfer, they needed a new W-9, they needed a corrected W-9. It gets pretty hectic. The state office, so then we're basing it on what they can do for us. And they've been very helpful. We have a really good working relationship. A lot of times though, we have these individuals who W-9s will not meet or pass IRS verification. So we will have to get in touch with them and try to get with the horsemen and try to get these payments processed because they filled their W-9s out wrong or incorrectly. In the end, this is a major program, a $5 million program in 2022 to be exact, and it just keeps growing and growing each year. Some horsemen have stated they feel that we need to update our process and that in the age of computers, the processes seem antiquated and burdensome, and that we should pay these awards much sooner. It is disheartening to get these type of responses when I truly believe it is because of our due diligence, the accreditation management computer system that we created, the attention to detail and processes of this validation and audits, that this program, since the induction of HHRs, has not had one error to the payout and the awardees. Knock on wood. Just like any computer system, there's data entry that could mess up, and with one missing problem, a $50,000 mistake could be made. Costly indeed. The commission and staff have strived to do the best job possible with the most accuracy and transparency, especially in regards to the Wyoming Breeders' Awards Program. The future is bright for the Breeders' Awards Program in Wyoming horse racing, and we look forward to it. This year, basically right now, I sent out, we got the money in January. We distributed, I sent them out at the end of February, which after all the auditing process happened. Then I sent the statements out at the end of February. They got to the state at the 9th where they started being processed. And so to date, that we've paid all but 50, and those are all lacking paperwork or they haven't passed IRS verifications. So that's kind of the timeline we're at, paying these at the end of March, like at the end of mid-March and get them all paid by April. But like I said, we've had horsemen and people calling WABRA saying that, why are we, with all of our staff, why are we still paying so late? So I just want to let you guys know kind of what on my end, what the validation process is. And, we're transparent, and I don't think that, I've looked into if I could do things different, but when we're doing third-party audits and stuff like that, I just feel that this is the timeline that we can get it done.
Thank you, Brandy. It's many times over what we expected it to be anyway, so I think it's great. It's a great problem to have. Do we have questions or comments for Brandy? About the, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, Brandy, you know, it's a huge program, obviously the #1 breeders program in the United States with the most money in it. You need to do your due diligence. I'd like to say kudos to you and the staff for doing a wonderful job, for not making any mistakes. And for those who aren't patient enough to wait for that money, they should be lucky that there's this kind of money in the system and that we do take the time we do to make sure that it's done right. So thank you for all your efforts.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And I do understand, you know, it's their money, they need to get it, but we have the processes that we have to go through to make sure that we don't make mistakes. And, you know, I feel comfortable where we're at now and how we get it paid out. So I appreciate your support, but I did want you guys, I wanted to be transparent that we are getting calls. And, you know, I wanted to kind of let you guys know the process on our end. So if you get questions on it, then you're aware of how we do our business. So, and like I said, Horseman, anybody can always come to our office. They can call, I'll take the call, I'll explain it to them. And if they don't like my answer, then they can talk with Charlie and then go up the ladder. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. So moving on from that, we had a really great year. In your packet, I'm not gonna go over it, but there are the list of champions that won individual champion awards, that will get the awards sometime this summer. Also, the final audit report on how many, with the 5.1 million, how it was broke out. And then the new list that the system creates is the top 25 in each division, which here you'll have the racehorses, the owners, breeders, stallion owners, dams, and the actual sires. So providing that top 25 list, I think will help people in horsemen that's, you know, maybe have stallions say, hey, I'm the #1 stallion in the country or in Wyoming and so forth. So that's just some new reports that the computer system will generate. So I kind of want to show you those. The new thing in your packet, it's called the performance measures, the Wyoming Breeders Award Program. And what I did was, after listening to the JAC meetings and legislature, as well as the TRW meetings that we go to, I had a lot of representatives that maybe said our program wasn't growing. But so I did a comparison that I'll do every year, but it'll help when we go out and talk to people. It'll help the operators, horsemen, kind of show where we're at. But I did 19 to 2022 for you guys here today, but it'll go down and it kind of shows what the what our revenues are, but also what the breeders payout is, the number of owners awards, just to show the significance and the amount of more work that's going on within these. You can see the number of horses accredited in 2021 was 265. The number of horses that I accredited in 2022 was 502. So, I mean, everything just keeps going up. Number of awards that were accumulated was 6,000 and change, and in 2022, it's 7,000, where, 4 years ago, it was just 3,000. So I think that this will help kind of show, and also the racing performances on the number of points, the number of horses earned, number of horses running in open races, that number keeps going up. So, and doubling. The number of Wyoming bred races run at Wyoming tracks in 2019 was 55. And last year we ran 104 just for Wyoming bred. So hopefully these can be something that we can take to these representatives and legislators and just the public, and let them see that this industry is on the rise. We're making good leadway on getting this program to maintain and grow bigger. So I'm really, really proud of that. Once you see it on paper, it kind of shows what we're doing. So anytime anybody needs that, we can provide that. We'll put it on the website. But I want to show you guys first what it was, and if you liked the format. So that's kind of where we're at on that. And then the last thing that I have in my packet is just kind of the number of awards as of March 10th of the total number of racing stock and breeding stock and stallions. The racing stock is it should really help these racetracks see how many horses they're going to have. I do know that I'm glad to report, and we'll have to talk with the individual permittees running these races, but the Wyoming bred futurities and derbies are up from previous years. As you can see, these 2021 foals, they are going to be 2-year-olds this year. So we have over 212 quarter horses that can go in these futurities. But the number that's really exciting is that on 2021 foals, that 24 thoroughbreds, that means that our thoroughbred program is really starting to thrive, which is very exciting because this has really been a quarter horse state, but we're getting more thoroughbred mares, thoroughbred stallions. So now we can actually have, a race restricted for thoroughbreds, which we hadn't been able to have before. So very exciting stuff with that. And of course, we have the 683 brood mares. And as of last week, the Wyoming bred stallions were at 75. So anyways, that was just kind of an overview of where we're at. I see that we're going to have a great year again. I do believe. This weather's been kind of hard on some of our breeders, as you can imagine, but all in all, I think everything is going well. So I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brandy. Do we have any questions for Brandy?
If I could just follow up real quick with Brandy again, thank you very much. But Brandy, for the report, I think the process, explaining the process to you all is very important. As a banker, Vice President Cavello, you understand it takes time when you're doing things, and actually everybody on this commission. But also I want to thank Mr. Steinberg, Mr. Hotard, Nick, for everything that they do as well out in the field. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the one vehicle, we've put over 50,000 miles on this vehicle this year alone. The vehicle was deemed here about a week ago is unacceptable. So it's sitting parked waiting on another one. And it's over, I don't know, 100 and some thousand miles on it now that we've put on it in just a few years. So, we're out there. And thank you to the horsemen as well. Thank you to the operators for donating to the program pursuant to the legislation. So thank you to everybody. And again, we have the highest per capita Breeders' Award program in North America that we're experiencing here. So it is a big deal. And, anytime the processes are in place to protect the recipients of this money. And the state of Wyoming in the agency, our processes are to protect those individuals. While the auditor's office does take time, again, it's to protect, because there have been times when we've paid people, the wrong people, not in what we do, but in other situations. And we don't want to have that, having to try to figure out how to unring that bell. So it takes time, and thank you.
Thank you.
President Broussard, Mr. Joyce
has a hand up.
Yes.
Okay, Eugene, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Broussard, commissioners. First of all, I want to thank Brandy for all her hard work. And as an owner and a breeder, thank you for getting those checks out in a timely manner. The one thing, and those are great numbers, but I think the story we need to let the legislators know is that the knock was, well, we don't see the racing growing. What you have to remember is the money comes first and then the racing follows. The number of horses participating is a lagging indicator, because once you make a decision, and again, last year, I had several friends from Kentucky, Texas, and Florida ship brood mares here to Wyoming. But it's going to be 3.5, 4 years before those horses get to the racetrack and they see any return on their investment. So racing is growing. I mean, the exciting part is that for Sweetwater Downs, we had one day where we had 75% of the horses running were Wyoming bred horses. And to that end, going forward for 2023, we are going to be writing in our book 4 Wyoming bred races a day for the horsemen to enter into, up from the standard 2 that we've had for forever and a day, which never, used to fill at all, especially the thoroughbred race never used to fill. So we're excited about the numbers. And again, Brandy, thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you, EJ. All right, anything further for Brandy? Any questions? Thank you very much, Brandy. We don't need action at this point. We just need to move on. Okay.
Moving on, item 4H, online sports wagering update, and then also Sports Betting Regulatory Association. To start with, I don't know if Mr. Steinberg has any updates for us today. We can have Mike, and then I do have a gentleman from the NFL that would like to speak with you and kind of tell them what they do with sports wagering that's waiting in Zoom to jump on. Mike?
Thank you. Commissioners, I don't have anything specific to update today on sports wagering. The specific stuff I have is later, but as far as sports wagering, transition's going well. Getting my feet wet and learning the process. So
thank you, Mike. All right, so we'll turn it over to you, Charlie. Item number 4I.
Yes, thank you. As we know, sports wagering is a national, it's very much a national piece to the sports wagering, but we do have with us today here, and Nick, is he joining us at this point? We have very fortunate to have Todd Sandist, and I probably butchered the last name, and I shouldn't be doing that because I've talked to him several times. From the NFL. His position is NFL security consultant and integrity representative. I won't dive into all of his background, but he also is a recovering FBI agent. And, Todd's here to kind of speak with you and give you a little bit of an overview what the NFL and how the NFL feels about sports wagering. Todd?
Good morning, Director Moore, thank you for that introduction, and hello to members of the commission and Wyoming government that are attending today. Recovering FBI agent, I may have to adopt that. I've been using retired for a while, but I think that's going to go into my little kit bag. I like that a lot. Served 25 years with the Bureau and finished my last 13 with the Denver division, and had some great relationships with law enforcement up in Wyoming. So this is kind of like old home week for me, being able to speak with you. But I am here today to talk to you a little bit about the NFL and what they do, or what some of their efforts have been relative to sports betting and legalized sports wagering as it came on board here a couple, 3 years ago, and what they're trying to do relative to their teams and some of the things that we're trying to do as an enterprise across the country. I do serve as an integrity representative, and basically what that means is I do help support the overall security component of the NFL, which you would probably, it's probably pretty obvious to you what that might be. Stadium security, game day events, those types of things, just to make sure that I am helping the current security staff conduct those types of operations and make sure that we have a safe and secure venue for people to attend games each and every Sunday. But as sports betting became legalized around the country, the NFL took an additional step to form an integrity representative group that would be responsible for conducting liaison activities with regulatory agencies, commissions like yourself, and also with law enforcement and sports books around the country just to ensure that there is there's connectivity between the NFL and those entities in the event there's any need, either by the regulatory agency to ask the NFL about something, or vice versa. If we have a concern that we'd like to run down, that we have the ability to ask questions and have good conversations about what's going on with sports betting in our territory. My territory includes the states of Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. The one thing that I really enjoy about that territory is there's really good people that are part of these regulatory agencies, and Charles has been terrific to deal with and has provided me with a really good education on a lot of different topics relative to how things are done in Wyoming. And then my partners in these other states have been equally helpful. It's also an interesting territory because everybody does things in that territory a little bit differently. So I think the NFL's idea to have these integrity representatives, to have relationships with the various states, is a good idea, just because, again, there is just a little bit of different nuance with how everybody conducts their business. So that's been a really good and fascinating approach to what we do every day. I think one of the byproducts that has been developed that's been really helpful is the state of Colorado. Dan Hartman and his group, probably 2 years ago now, decided to do some outreach to professional and collegiate sports teams to bring everybody together and kind of form a working group. You have folks from the state of Wyoming who attend that, and basically what that working group does is allows for folks to kind of get a better education and an understanding of what's going on from a regional and national perspective on all the things that are involved in sports betting and the new laws or the new ways things are being done. And also, again, it provides a conduit, which I think is really important for people to be able to ask questions and to pursue any concerns that they may have. So even though the sports betting has come upon us here recently, as from a historical perspective, there's been a lot of good activity by a lot of people in the states in this region to develop good programs, to have a great liaison with a number of different entities, and to provide a good form of communication that we are very thankful for at the NFL. And especially we're very thankful for the relationship we have with Charles and his staff. It's been terrific. So that's kind of the overview of what we do relative to sports betting. In the NFL, we have representatives like myself attached to every team. So I don't technically work for the Denver Broncos, but the Denver Broncos are part of my responsibility. And we have integrity representatives that are attached to every team where legalized sports betting exists. So it's been a very good effort by the NFL. They got out in front of things very quickly, and definitely have put their money where their mouth is relative to establishing these types of relationships. So glad to be part of it. It's been an interesting ride, to say the least. Really have enjoyed getting to understand that industry and form these types of relationships, and look forward to further collaboration and working with you guys in particular as the years go along. So, Charles, I hope that provided a little bit of an overview. If you'd like me to talk about something else, I'm happy to. We're fixing the stadium at Mile High, so we're doing a lot of construction down here, but otherwise all is well.
Thank you, Todd. If you could kind of give a brief overview of the Rocky Mountain Sports Betting Working Group. I know you touched on it briefly, but there's a meeting next week that they're having. I cannot make it in person, but it's been a really great experience working with the different states and the different areas.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea how that works is we try to meet 3 times a year, and the meeting involves representatives from right now the Division I NCAA institutions in our region, the professional sports teams in our region, some members of law enforcement who deal with intelligence and analysis, those in that type of lane, which I think has been very valuable to us. And then also the regulatory bodies that are around this region. So we'll have representatives from Charles' group come in or Zoom in and listen. Obviously, I mentioned Dan Hartman and his group, the state of New Mexico and the state of Montana. But also we, because of the nature of our working group and word of mouth, we've had people from all around the country that have asked to come in and listen and to provide comment and again, help us establish a network that not only has regional aspects to it, but it has a national flavor that gives us even broader perspectives on the topic of sports betting and integrity issues. So it's been a really good thing. And in fact, others have sprouted around the country as a result. So we're very thankful that we were able to get this thing underway, and I think it's provided a valuable tool for all those who attend. And again, there's nothing like networking. There's nothing like meeting folks with similar backgrounds who are trying to accomplish similar things. And I know I'm better for it because every once in a while I can pull somebody aside and have a conversation about any type of topic, even if it's not even related to sports betting, just something of a commonality, if you will. So it's a really good platform, and we're very appreciative of all those who attend, because the group does make it better for sure.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. And thank you for joining us. Any questions from the commissioners? Well, again,
send out
thank you.
Are you going to send out a Zoom link for us to
We can, yes. Yes, I've got it right here. I can do that. Yes.
Thank you.
Next week's. This kind of segues into, the next piece of this, would be the Sports Betting Regulatory Association. And, I'm going to speak to it briefly, but in your packet, commissioners, you see this. This was started originally in 2018. We originally put this together, and I say we, it's a project of the Association of Racing Commissioners International. And I also, full disclosure, I happen to be the chairman of this committee at this point. And the reason I stepped up as chairman of this was because, first of all, we didn't seem to have anybody that was wanting to, but I had identified the importance of having a group to collectively get together. And so it wasn't necessarily because of the knowledge I bring to the table, but the knowledge that we need to have that knowledge. So it's a group of all North American and I think Canadian memberships in this group at this point, commingling, discussing, talking on a regular basis about sports wagering, what they're having problems, whether it's in New Jersey or Wyoming or whoever. And it's a great group. We are, and again, I'm saying we because I am chairman of this, working on this, putting together bylaws, putting together membership dues. There had been some discussion on membership dues. It is a $5,000 a year membership. At this point, we have not put our hat in the game yet on this. We have with ARCI, and we have been a member of ARCI for, holy cow, for a long time. Ever since I've been here, and probably before, I know Frank was involved in that as well. But with this, we get the networking, and then with all the different states, but also this summer, and I will circulate this to all the commissioners as well, the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States will be meeting in Denver. I know that Representative Newsom and Representative Davis are planning on joining that meeting. You have three major gaming organizations that will be meeting along with it: the Sports Betting Regulators Association. GLI will be planning a roundtable discussion one day along with it. And so it's going to be a lot of really good information. And to give you a bit of an overview of what the organization, Nickel G's is what they call it. It's legislators, as the name infers, from states that have gaming. And Wyoming is looking into it. Representative Davis presented in the interim topic last week, the potential of joining this as a member and looking into it. I know that liaison Senator Driscoll is gone, and we've had other legislators that have gone to this meeting, and I'll send out an invite because I think it might be beneficial to commissioners as well to join. I've also been asked to speak at it, so we will be there. I went last year to the conference, and it's incredibly helpful. They speak about not only, casino gaming, but they're talking about tribal gaming. They're talking about sports wagering, parimutuel wagering. They have committees on all types of gaming. So it's all inclusive. And, whether you like it or not, we have a lot of gaming going on in the state of Wyoming. So it's helpful for everyone.
Thank you, Charlie. Yep, more on the report. Yep,
President Bouchard, Charlie, is there some reason why we're not paying dues? Sounds like this is an organization we need to be a part of.
Okay, you're speaking of the Sports Betting Regulatory Association. At this point, we didn't have it in our budget to do that. And I am going to look at that and possibly do a B11 to do it prior to the end of the biennium, or we can wait till the end of the biennium and put it in our next budget. We're dealing with 25-26 biennium budget now. And so we'll make sure that's placed in there so we can join.
Thank you.
Other states, because of this, again, as I said, we started originally the discussion in 2018, but it's really come to fruition over the last 8-10 months. And so a lot of states have not joined as of yet, but are still participating. Did that make sense?
What were the dues?
$5,000 a year, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Any questions for Charlie on that topic? Okay. All right, carry on.
Do you want to just move right along? Okay. I'm sorry? Director's report. Do you want to take a break? Do you want to keep moving? How would you like to go, commissioners?
We'll take a 5-minute break. Is that not enough?
I'm fine, but
Okay, let's take a recess for
recess for 5 minutes.
11
Be back
o'clock,
at 10:05
11:05.
or 11:05, excuse me. We'll resume the meeting here shortly.
We'll be resuming our meeting here in 1 minute.
If everyone could take your seats so we can start the meeting back up.
All right, we'll call the meeting back in order. And we'll start off again at Director's Report.
Thank you. Nick, do we have commissioners on Rithaler and Francisco and Wildcat on still?
President Broussard, Director Moore, yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a quorum still. Director's report. Thank you, President Broussard. First off, I'm just going to start with the legislation that was passed. And then we did have one that failed that I want to talk about briefly. Just Enrolled Act 23, original House Bill 181 added licensing categories and provided additional clarification to the negative carryover. It's effective immediately. It's in place. We're not having any issues or any concerns with that bill. Enrolled Act 25, original Senate File 41, added limitations to the locations where skill games may be offered. That's got an effective date of April 1 of 23, and we're moving forward with that. Enrolled Act 87, originally was House Bill 52, was the revisor bill. Corrected language that was specific to skill-based amusement games and allows for the agency to access criminal history. The next bill was House Bill 183. It passed the House, and it was a little bit of a narrow margin passing the House. It was then referred, then went to the Senate. It died subsequently, was failed due to a lack of action on the Senate side. So we do have issues with this, and there is a net effect with this problem, and we're dealing with. If you remember, that was the FBI bill to clarify and fix what the federal government had seen in our statutes and wanted us to fix. And to give you a little background on this is the federal government, FBI specifically, in the CGIS group, they had said that our statutes weren't clear enough for the participants in parimutuel events. So we were given a grace period to July 1st of 2023 to run the criminal history. Now, we're required by law to run criminal history. We're required by law to run criminal history through the national database, which is the FBI. So that is a requirement. That's a legislated requirement. At this point, with the revisor bill that did pass and with the language that they were fine with, in theory, we feel like we're good with the sports wagering licensure. We're good with the skill-based amusement game licensure. Where we have the hiccup is the parimutuel. After July 1, again, we are still researching this. There's a concern that we will not be able to run criminal history on any applicants that come after July 1. So that is problematic. And it's quite a concern, because if we're unable to run criminal history, we're unable to potentially license those individuals as well. So what is the action? Where are we at right now with this? We've already sent the letter off to the FBI. The CGIS program manager, Jeff Cullum, along with Deputy Director Moore, Allison, with DCI, they sent off a letter to the FBI requesting them to consider the changes and also requesting an additional extension, grace period, so to speak, to July 1 of 2024. That letter went out on March 14th of 2023. And we are now sitting, waiting on the federal government to review the corrections, review our submissions, and get back to us. And when I say us, get back to the CGIS unit, the program manager, Jeff Cullum. As we all know, the federal government sometimes can be quite slow dealing with these kind of matters. So at this point, we're just wait and see. Now, starting next week, my reminders, weekly reminders, are each week to be contacting Jeff, asking if he's heard of anything yet, and we'll start, respectfully being a bit of a squeaky wheel on this with his contact at the federal government and the FBI. We have had extensive discussions internally. We've had extensive discussions with the Attorney General's office. We've had extensive discussions with the individuals at DCI on this. We've spent several man hours researching this, looking at alternatives. At this point in time, there's two alternatives: correct the legislation, which we didn't get done, didn't happen, or B, get an extension. There are some other things that have been tossed out there, but we're not prepared to necessarily step out onto those ideas yet. But we are researching every opportunity, everything that we can do. So moving forward, what I would suggest, the permittees contact your licensees and the people that are participating in the events. Get licensed. Get licensed before July 1. The net effect as far as racing goes for the first race meet and really the second race meet is minimal, if any. Most of the people, obviously 307 horse racing is fortunate enough their race meet starts early and will end prior to the July 1st deadline. Wyoming Downs starts significantly earlier and starts before the July 1st, and they've got an opportunity to make sure they're communicating with their people to get licensed. The one that's a problem in this situation would be Wyoming Horse Racing's meet. And of course, we'll have the majority of the people already licensed in the state, so that's a good thing. But encouraging, get licensed early, don't wait, and don't do that. There's a potential if you have a brand new person that could show up and want to run their horse at Energy Downs, that we would be unable to license that person. And, that's a crying shame that decision had been made and we didn't get it through. But I also understand there were a lot of considerations to why this bill didn't move forward, and there were concerns with it. So, we're working on it. We will continue to work on that, continue to invest the hours and make the phone calls and make that commitment to getting it extended or looking at some alternatives. Is there any questions from the commissioners on this at this point?
Mr. President and Director Moore, worst case scenario, let's just lay it out on the table. What is it?
Yeah, and I don't know, Nick, I guess I can lay it out there pretty easily and save you the grief of it. The worst case scenario is we'll have a significant number of people that will not be able to be licensed after July 1. And, that would mean, that potentially could be the off-track wagering locations that are opening. It can be the horsemen. I think the large net effect is the horsemen. They're going to be negatively impacted by the failure of the bill. But again, there's a little bit of a wait and see. I'll be very honest with you, Vice President Covello, getting an extension, I wouldn't want to hang my hat on that. Not at this point. It was very surprising that we got an extension the first time.
We've applied for it. We have it out there. We're just have no reassurance that it'll happen.
Yeah, or they'll even look at it. And that's not indicative. When we have talked with, the division, DCI, you know, they have other situations that they've asked for clarity on, and it's 6, 8 months, 9 months, they still haven't received a callback. So this is very problematic, and it's unfortunate, but again, it's something that we as an agency, we as a commission, we as the state of Wyoming will continue to pursue and try to come up with some alternatives. No questions? Wow. I either baffled you with something or
Kyle Ridgway with 307 Horse Racing. I'm trying to think of exactly the right words I want to use to sort of ask the question. So the extension expires when? Or the existing in July? So for our race meet, because we're done before that, there is no issue. If the federal government doesn't give an extension, then as I understand it, that means the Gaming Commission basically can't meet its statutory mandate to use the federal system to perform background checks for any race meets post July 1. Is that accurate?
that appears to be accurate, yes.
So does that mean those races basically can't occur?
No. That is not correct.
Okay.
What it would mean is there's the potential for some individuals to not be able to be licensed.
So like if we use my license as an example.
Your license is good for a year, or maybe you have a 3-year license.
I think I have a 3-year, but so maybe mine's a bad example, but
Sorry
if people had an active license and they were background checked for the year, then they're good. So theoretically, those 2 race meets could occur this year if people had grandfathered licenses, basically. But come 2024, if those background checks cannot be performed, licenses can't be issued, and that would mean races can't be run because you're not gonna have enough people on multi-year licenses at that point. Is that an accurate interpretation of a possibility?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And then if races can't be run, that would put the commission in the position of having to analyze the permits that have been issued for simulcasting, HHR, et cetera. Is that also correct?
Potentially, yes.
And so if that were to happen, that would result in a substantial loss of tax revenue, Breeders' Fund revenue, et cetera. Right. Like $15 million or more potentially if we can't get people licensed.
There is a possibility of that.
Okay. Thought my little cross-examination here might be useful for the legislature, for the interim, for purposes of passing this. That's really what we're talking about is like Natrona County alone, I was just doing this analysis. If there's no operating OTBs in Natrona County, just the county alone is going to lose $1 to $2 million in a year of budget shortfall. Individual city, same thing. Cheyenne would be more with Laramie County. So I would ask as an operator, and maybe this isn't an appropriate question for our legislators, but I mean, is there anything we can do as operators in terms of getting this legislation passed, be it bringing county and city officials and other folks to the table for people to understand the need for the simple ability to have the statute amended on the basis of the need for the background checking mechanism, putting aside all the other things that have to do with OTB, but getting a narrowly tailored bill. I guess I'm wondering if there's anything we can be doing outside of highlighting that that's really what's at stake.
Thank you, Mr. President. The process will be that is joint appropriations probably going to bring this again? Or do individuals need to bring it, or how do you imagine that'll work? Anyway, going forward with the process is somebody will bring the bill very similar to what didn't go forward this time. And then what you can do, and I think we start in February next year because it's a budget year. The challenge is going to be, in order for the bill to be introduced, whether it's the House or the Senate, it has to have a 2/3 vote. So you need to reach out to your legislators. So we need 42 votes in the House, even to have it introduced, not to vote on.
Because it's a budget session.
Because it's a budget session. The same in the Senate. They'll need 20 votes, 21 votes in order, if it starts in the Senate or if it starts in the House. So I'm guessing it'll start in the House again, if joint appropriations does it. If not, Representative Davis and I will bring a personal bill, and we might do both, so that if one dies, we can circle back around and have it run again. But that's the biggest hurdle that's going to be, is getting that 2/3 vote to bring it to either the floor of the House or the Senate.
Respectfully, it can't be interpreted as a budget-related bill because of the tax relationship.
There's no money being spent.
Got it.
So that what we do in a budget bill is money being spent.
Okay.
Money coming in, then that's not part of the budget process.
Okay.
But, and this doesn't have to do with money coming in, it has to do with the complying with federal regulation. And so some of our members are not fans of the federal government and resist anything that has to do with complying with federal regulations. So those are the legislators that you all need to reach out to and say, this has negative impact on your community because you will lose X number amount of tax revenue for your community and your county. So that's the help that Representative Davis and I can use as we get this on the House floor. And then maybe Senator Driscoll will want to comment on the Senate side. Thank you.
Carl,
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Charlie, there was discussion over there at the legislature this year that was the darkest picture that we were looking at. But are there not have all the avenues on this been explored as of now? Are there, and I guess, is there a different alternative in order to achieve the same goal as we're going forward through different, say, agencies or something like that? I'm not quite positive what the words I'm looking for here, but I don't believe as of July 1st, we will be at a critical deadline point other than through one avenue. I believe there are other avenues that we can explore in order to keep this going forth, if I'm not mistaken. Does that make sense?
President Broussard, Representative Davis, I knowing you as I do, no is not a response to things. Come up with options, and to respond to you is, we are looking at every avenue we can to alleviate the problem, every potential opportunity, anything we can. We're spending man hours. So the first step was send the letter. We're not just sitting there waiting on that. Again, we're discussing this and working on this and looking at this weekly right now. Are there any other avenues? To fulfill the letter of the law, there's only one avenue to do a criminal history background check, and that's the FBI. There's not an alternative way of doing that. That's it. In the language in the statute, I believe, they shall submit for a national criminal history background check. I think that's roughly the language in 9- well, don't worry about that part. But I was pretty spot on it. And then that gives us our authority to run those. So, you know, we are looking, the short answer is we are looking at every opportunity, every option that we possibly can, to where July 1st of 2023 without the extension is not the drop dead. But the first thing, contact the federal government. The second piece is encourage your folks to do 3-year licenses, and get your licenses done. Oh, well, I'm not going to race till October 1st. Well, get it done now, because you won't race October 1st. And then looking at opportunities if you've maybe been background checked in another state, looking at some things like that as well to satisfy it. So.
Yeah, I didn't, Mr. President, I wasn't sure if there was an MOU that could be accomplished with another agency to fulfill this part of the permit, I guess is my question. On behalf of the parimutuel.
President Broussard,
Well, yeah.
Representative Davis, no, that's not applicable because they would still have to fingerprint under the 1125 statutes, which and that's where the issue is. So when we submit fingerprint cards, it actually says on the fingerprint cards the statute that gives us the authority to run those prints. And without that statute being changed, even if, you know, Casper PD or Natrona County SO submitted those prints on our behalf, that's the statute that they would have to submit them under, because that's what they're being licensed for. And without it being changed, it doesn't help.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, our President Broussard, Director Moore, you mentioned that you could consider out of state or other states. So would that be similar to what you're alluding to there, Nick, or are we not allowed to consider other states' background checks and stuff like that? It would be my question, you know, as you're going forth, but there has to be an avenue there somewhere.
President Broussard, Representative Davis, you know, again, without kind of getting cornered, you know, I'm not trying to be evasive by any means, but we are looking at truly every option. We had, and thank you for reminding me here, we had talked with the Division of Criminal Investigation about potentially, you know, could we do an MOU type of a situation, or could they run those for us? And they can't. And I'd forgotten we'd had that conversation, but we are doing everything, you know, we are surely not sitting and just going, okay, well, we'll wait and see. And looking at every avenue. And if there is any ideas out there, don't be afraid to reach out to Mr. Laramendi, let him know if we're missing something, because, you know, sometimes you get so focused on something you can't see the forest because of the trees. And so we want to look at every opportunity to alleviate it. And, you know, I think that, you know, the potential effect may be relatively minimal to the live racing this year. But then as it moves forward, it's going to catch everybody. And again, I would encourage, if you're a horseman, you know, get a 3-year license. Spend that little extra and do it. And we encourage that anyway, because then you do one background check, one time, and you're good for 3 years.
Mr. President, I'd leave this, that I will help everything and support Representative Newsom in this effort to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan?
President Broussard, Charlie, can you explain a little to us about the FBI end of this? Why aren't they willing to do their duty here?
President Broussard, so the issue comes that the federal government feels that our statutes are too broad. If you look at our licensing statutes, it says that the commission shall license participants of parimutuel events, but there's no definition of what a participant is. And under federal guidelines and federal rules, they want it to be very specific. So they want us to really, in statute, they want us to have those participants identified by title: jockeys, grooms, owners, trainers. That's what they want. They don't just want us to say, you know, carte blanche participants, and because who's a participant? That's really where they take issue with.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, they're not a judicial agency, so how are they arbitrating our definition? I mean, basically, they're making a judicial decision saying that we haven't been specific enough, and that's not their job. They're an administrative agency to do what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, and I guess the question maybe for Mike is there a legal recourse on this one?
The way that it's been given to us is it's actual federal law. There's federal outlines and federal law that mandates who has access and for what purposes they can run those checks. And our statutes don't meet the criteria under federal law. That's why we have to have them specified in state statute to meet the federal law requirements. So there is federal law that mandates that we have to have it more specific. And that's what they're telling us.
I mean, is there some possibility we could examine that from our end, from a legal standpoint, to see if that's, I mean, something must have changed, the law changed or something changed to make them to bring this up at this point, because they were doing our checks previously, correct?
I can jump in on part of this, you know, for just a little bit of background. What they're focused on is Public Law 92-544. And we've been currently, it's their determination that we don't meet those requirements of the public law. So with that, and I think that as more gaming comes on board and they're continually reviewing. So what triggered this look at this again was as we have added more gaming requirements, every time there's a statute that allows for criminal histories to be run, the CJIS unit at DCI sends that language and gets that approval from the federal government to run those national criminal histories. So when we had some of our statutes change and some of the renumbering of our statutes, they reviewed this all again and then saw participants is a problem. And I think too and maybe Mr. Lamb is going to bring this up as well. He had mentioned to me that several years ago, they had kind of dealt with a similar situation, and maybe that's what you're going to speak to. So you might have something to add.
Mr. Lamb, enlighten us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Frank Lamb, Wyoming Downs. Yes, the commission has dealt with this issue before back in the 90s. And so the language that you have in your statute now came from back then because the FBI asked us to do it in order to process our fingerprints through the FBI. Back then we were processing fingerprints also locally. There was a regional fingerprint processing process that we were able to use. And so there was also the FBI. FBI was quite cumbersome, and actually the local regional process worked much better because we didn't get many participants from very far away. And we never got our fingerprint checks back before the racing season was over anyway. So, but at any rate, we did change some language, and that's what you'll see in the statute now. But I think it's interesting. There's a lot of things still open to interpretation. And so what you're dealing with here is somebody's interpretation of the existing statutes. So, and I think that can be looked at in different ways. And looking at our own statute, it says that the commission is authorized to access criminal history record information for all licensees. And that's, you know, that's good. But it also says that the applicant, as Director Moore alluded to earlier, shall provide the commission fingerprints or other information necessary for criminal history record background check as provided under Wyoming Statute 719-201, which 719-201 then goes into the different agencies that qualify to do that. But it also says in order to obtain state and national history record information. I don't see any shalls anywhere. At least I haven't seen, but just started looking at it a while ago while I'm sitting back there, so I probably missed a lot. But you know, our legal team would be happy to look into this as well, and see if we could research it and see if there's some other things and that we might be missing. But back then, you know, a lot of this can be policy. It doesn't say how often you have to fingerprint. And so this commission has been fingerprinting every year. You know, previous years when we were doing it, we did it every 3 years. We also had a reciprocal agreement with through the RCI, where if someone came to us that had been fingerprinted in Arizona that year, we honored that because they were doing the same, you know, same thing. The horsemen, the participants, do move around and they do get licensed in other jurisdictions. And you were always hearing at the racetrack, you know, well, why do I have to get fingerprinted again this year? You just fingerprinted me last year, and it's somebody that's been racing here for 30 years. So, I mean, there's different things to look at as well. And if, you know, I don't know, if we're sending all these 1,000 fingerprints to the FBI, what are they charging nowadays? $40? Yeah. 1,000 fingerprints. Are we spending $40,000 a year? Are you guys spending $40,000 a year on fingerprints to the FBI?
Probably 3 times that.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, I think the same thing can be maybe not exactly the same thing, but the objective is to not let the bad players, the criminals, play in our state. So, you know, let's look at what we have to do is within the law. I mean, if the law says you shall do it every year, yeah, then we got to deal with it. But so far I haven't seen that. But anyway, my point is that we've dealt with this before, and back then we finally got a hold of the right person at the FBI, and got things worked out, and that's how your statute looks now. So somewhere something changed, as Commissioner Schiffer alluded to a while ago. I guess something must have changed. Maybe somebody new went to work at the FBI. I don't know. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Frank.
And to follow up on what Frank said, and that's why I say that we are looking at every single opportunity. So if you see something, if your legal team sees something, if 307, if Wyoming Horse Racing sees something, please communicate with us. We're looking to resolve this and get this figured out. We argued last year the point that that the legislative body has approved these categories via management. We submit rules and management signs off on that, and they said, no, it's got to be the body. It's got to be the whole body through legislation. And I thought, well, okay. So we will look at every single opportunity, situation, and look at this and try to come up with a resolution, and keep everybody posted, I guess. If you've got something constructive that can add to this and help us, you know, we would, you know, open to it completely. So thank you.
I have a quick question for Michael, if that's okay. Has the AG had an opinion on the FBI's interpretation? Do they agree with it? Our AG.
Mr. Broussard, we haven't issued anything formally or anything like that. I don't think it'd be appropriate to comment on like attorney-client type review, but you know, I do know that you know, I think Charlie gave the background about how they caught it, and I think another thing to point out is my understanding is the FBI does regular audits, and so if they see that an agency is violating federal law, then you'll get flagged for that, and there's certain consequences to violating their, I guess, their guidance. And there's also a before they'll even run those in the first place, the FBI has to preliminarily approve, say, okay, DCI, you can go ahead and run these under this statute. So like Charlie said, we're looking at a bunch of different options. So I think we'll get it figured out.
All right, any more questions about that piece of legislation?
And just one quick kind of follow-up on this too is this has been discussed to the top of the executive branch all the way. So everyone is knowing that we have a problem here we're dealing with, so. I think moving on, cool. Just quickly, I'm going to run through some bullet points where we're at on different things with the office. We're working on the supplemental budget was completed this year. We're going to have 3 additional positions that we'll be posting soon, a licensing individual and 2 inspectors. We won't be able to post those till the 1st of July. Those were the enactment dates for that. So we're looking forward to having those additional staff members on board. As I'd said earlier, we're working on the 25-26 biennium budget, looking quite a few years ahead of time now and working on that. We're also in Brandy had maybe touched on this earlier, but we're working on, and I'm working on, agency efficiency review project. Every year I get with the staff and we go, okay, what can we do to be more efficient? What can we do to shorten up a process or a procedure? Continually, I'm asking Brandy or Nick or Mike or anybody in the office, is there anything that we can do to do a better job and do the same job, but do it quicker, whether we're embracing technology or just plain good old boots on the ground. So we are working on that, doing that efficiency, and again, reviewing that along with our biennium budget coming up. Some other concerns that we have is permitting beyond our budget and staffing levels. What we've run onto, even though we have additional people coming on board, those people they're already, duties that are waiting to be assigned to those 3 positions. But as the agency expands, as whether it's historic racing or whatever, more live racing or more pari-mutuel events evolve, there's always that concern you're expanding beyond your budget and beyond your regulatory ability. So we have to be mindful of that moving forward, and in our permitting process, again, moving forward, have we crossed that line to where we can't adequately permit different locations or certain events and get the staffing there. We're also looking at an independent market analysis, what the cost may be of something like that, doing that. We're something that was on the agenda a few times and will come back soon. We haven't completed the ADW analysis that we'll have for you at the next meeting, hopefully, on how that function is working or isn't working currently. ARCI model rules, we'll talk about those a little later on at the meeting. 2 weeks ago, the Association of Racing Commissioners International adopted the Louisiana set of historic racing rules and the Wyoming set of technical standards for historic racing. They are blending those and putting those together, and there'll be a model set of rules that are taking the work that we did on the technical standards and then the Louisiana rules. Again, keeping moving through my list. AQHA, the new tattooing requirements that are going to be coming soon, the digital tattooing, that is to be 2024 be in effect, digital tattooing on the quarter horses. So that's something that's coming that everybody's got to be mindful of. Exciting news, the Breeders' Award rules, I got a call from the governor yesterday, and he informed me that the Breeders' Award rules, he had just signed them. That was a good thing he called me about. So we did get those done, and then I've circulated, I believe, the email that I received last evening that the rules were signed and filed, and we'll be putting those notices on our webpage. New rules in effect. They're effective immediately upon his signage. And get those out and then have those posted on Facebook for the Breeders' Award rules. So good job for all of you putting those together and helping us get to that point. Board training in your packet, you had a notice of board training. If you've taken the board training in the past, obviously, it's not necessarily, it's not mandated. However, I think every year they update the board training and there's new things that do come out. It's good stuff. It's May 5th. We're moving forward, completing the conflict of interest. The forms have gone out, I believe, to you all. And then the rules, we'll have those cleaned up and ready for you at the next meeting. Something else that keeps coming back over the last several years, and we kind of put it to the side, but I'm fortunate to have someone on staff now that I think can really tie into this and has the background, is Legislative Education Project. Some days we have a bit of an identity crisis, and I think we all do sometimes with horse racing, maybe in general, and the parimutuel activity and the skill games and online sports wagering. So we're putting together some different things for a legislative education project, and it can be for anybody. Try to get people to come to the office, spend a day, go through what we do, kind of pull back some of the curtains where we can, and show people exactly what all does go into play. That was, why the invite went out yesterday. Hey, if you're in town, stop up, commissioners, say hello. A few of you were able to. Obviously, we don't want to have a meeting. We want to keep it small, but that was very good. And if there's any of you today that after the meeting want to come up to the office, we can show you the pin drop map. Brandy could go through some of what she does at the Breeders' Award. We could show you the truck that is being sidelined now because Mike Hotard put too many miles on it. So we could do that, and just let us know. We already talked about the Rocky Mountain Sports Betting Working Group, which is next week, April 5th. I'll send out an email to commissioners about this working group. The end of June, the Thoroughbred Racing Protective Bureau will be out here in Wyoming doing their on-site OTB audits. We'll be doing Casper and Cheyenne. If anybody is interested in joining in with those audits, please do. Dee will be basically handling as our person there, because the guys will be off at the races most all those weekends and be staying pretty busy. But what they do, they come in and they review the historic racing machines at the locations and verify and go through a very extensive audit process on site with historic racing. Joint Appropriations Committee, while it didn't show up in the interim topics and on their website, we will be, I'm assuming, I will get a call that as an agency to testify in front of Joint Appropriations Committee. Their next meeting or first meeting is July 10th and 11th, and it's tentatively set for in Cheyenne. There's other meetings throughout the year, so we are preparing, being proactive, not waiting for the call, and we'll have a program put together, kind of letting them know where we are. Part of JAC's and some of the comments were, looking at efficiencies, looking back at the employees that we have brought on board, how's that working? What is the caseloads? Looking at all that, just seeing where we're at. And then obviously for Appropriations Committee, they're concerned and want to see how much money, how much money are we getting from the horse racing and the sports wagering and the skill-based amusement games? It's significant. We already talked about the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States, July 12th and 15th in Denver. You'll have the Sports Betting Regulatory Association joining. The Rocky Mountain Sports Betting Working Group, I believe, is going to be scheduling a meeting, maybe right around it as well, and then the GLI roundtable. You know, to help keep in contact, again, Sarah Beth is going to be handling a lot of this in the office. We're going to be reaching out and signing up with Constant Contact, and we'll be trying to get information sent out to you. I know you get plenty from me, and I apologize, but we're going to utilize Constant Contact, which will be able to help us and get that information out to legislators as well. Get it out to everybody. We have over, what, 300-400 people on the list, 500-ish on our list, and try to get that information out. And again, hopefully kind of bring that awareness up of who and what we are. Nick, if you could real quickly, I know I'm catching you off guard, jump in and just update them on licensing of skill-based amusement games. I would appreciate it.
So yeah, real quickly, since the passage of the rules, we've received 40 applications. Of those 40, one of them is a new vendor that will come before the commission for approval. We are waiting for a lab report for the games that they intend to offer. So once that lab report comes back, it'll be a completed application and it'll be on the agenda for your approval. The other ones are all new locations throughout the state. Most of the paper applications have been processed. Now we're just waiting on the background checks to be completed. Once those are completed, those are done at a staff level, and we'll start sending those ones out and get some new locations on board.
Mr. President, Nick, how many applicants do you expect for that? What's your gut feeling? I mean, I realize this is scientific wild ass guess, but what do you expect?
I think we're going to see hundreds. Hundreds is really what 300-400. I know we've had calls to our office. You know, the bill that passed that actually takes effect in 2 days, I think, is very beneficial. We've had some phone calls recently for pretty much every grocery store and mini mart throughout the state. That bill closes the door on those locations, which I think is beneficial. So, you know, with it being a little more narrow with the smoke shops, truck stops, and liquor license holders, that's going to narrow it down. But I still think there's going to be hundreds.
Nick, could you explain to him why you feel like what the renewal date, some people are waiting potentially for that?
Oh, well, yeah. I'm going to strongly suspect that after today's meeting and some software update approvals, that we'll get a rash of applications. For new locations, I know that's been kind of what's been waiting for us to receive some applications and movements and things of that nature. So I'm sure we'll be getting several more starting Monday.
Nick, if you could go into just briefly, you know, the automated on the web.
Sure.
Licensing, and this is all encompassing, and we're moving it over to for Breeders' Award programs as well.
So we've, over the course of the last month, we've really worked hard on trying to do some automation of our applications. You know, for years now, we've done paper applications, and it's print this out and mail these ginormous packets to our office. Now, on the skill game side, with the exception of the physical fingerprint cards that we have to process and the payment, everything is done on our website. You go to our website, you click on the link, it actually pulls the application up on the website. You fill out everything there, you can attach all your documents there, you sign it, and it gets submitted, and then it goes and gets dispersed through our office where it needs to go. And then there's a chain with every one of those applications. If it comes to, you know, on the breeder side, it goes to Brandy first, and then after she approves it, it gets CC'd to the people in our office that are necessary. On the skill game side, it'll come to me first, and then I after I do what I need to do, it goes to Mike, and then after Mike does what he needs to do, it goes to licensing, and they can process those applications. It's definitely a little bit different for everybody than what they're used to. We're working on making some online videos to where you can follow it very easily, so we don't have to field a bunch of questions. But it's going pretty good. So far, I haven't had too many complaints.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you guys want to stop for
Break for lunch? What would you like to do?
this next item number 5? Are you ready for that, Nick?
President Broussard, yeah, I can
Okay.
get this one done. in
Let's try to knock
probably
this
just a
out,
few
then we'll break
minutes.
for lunch on, before item number 6. You have the floor, Nick.
As soon as I can get my mouse to work and my screen just went dead. Give me 1 second here because everything moved around on me. Thank you, President Broussard. Item number 5A is a request received by the commission from Pace-O-Matic, who is the manufacturer on behalf of the following licensed vendors: Brewer Amusements, Entertainment Experts, Jenkins Music and Vending, Jewel Box LLC, Paradise Pinball and Amusements, Wyoming Amusements, Inc., and Wyoming Amusement Services. The request was received to deploy a new cutting-edge cowboy skill system software version SKL 709.03 WYT 2102. Along with the software update, we also received a request for new cabinets. Normally, cabinets are approved at a staff level as long as they're running pre-existing approved software. Since these cabinets are going to be running this new software, they were included together. So it's one approval for the software and the new cabinets. On October 25th, 2022, the commission received the lab report documenting the review of the cutting edge cowboy skill system software version SKL 709.03 WYT 2102. The software or the lab report noted the following themes identified: Freedom Rings, Gem Master, Hooked, House of Voodoo, Lady Periwinkle Curious Contraption, Living Larger, Pirates High Seas, Sugar and Spice, Wildebeest Wild, and Under the Mountain. The software update, these cowboy skill games operate the exact same as all of the previously approved games. Really, the software update is just new game themes. It was reviewed to the existing statutes. The $3 max bet, $3,000 max payout, it is compliant in all of those. Further, it is compliant with the recently adopted rules. There's no issues were noted. The independent lab concluded that Cowboy Skill version 709.03 WYT 2102 is compliant with Wyoming statute and Gaming Commission rules. And with that being said, I would stand for any questions. Further, I've got people online from PACE if you have any questions for them as well.
Thank you, Nick. At this moment, we'll entertain a motion to approve the cutting edge cowboy skills game system version Sierra Kilo Lima 709.03 Whiskey Yankee Tango 2102. Do we hear a motion?
President Broussard, you might want to also add and associated cabinets.
And associated cabinets.
Mr. President, so moved.
Do we hear a second? Thank you, Dan. Okay, we'll open it up for discussion. Do we have any discussion regarding the cutting edge cowboy skills game system? Any commissioners? Anyone on Zoom? No hands? Anyone in the audience like to make a comment or ask a question? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of approving the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, passes. And that means lunchtime.
What time will we
Hey.
come back?
We'll give, I have 12:02, 3 o'clock. How about 12:32? Is that good? We'll adjourn to 12:32 on the dot.
Everyone online, we will come back and reconvene at 12:32. Meeting will commence in now.
Oh, then you could, then by all means, take a few extra minutes. We want to start with a roll call. Let's see if we're all back. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Roll call. President Broussard.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Cavello.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyle is absent. Commissioner Schiffer. Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler, are you here?
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cura. Thank you. Commissioner Francisco.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
She's been disconnected. I'll keep watching for her.
We do have a quorum. Senator Driscoll had sent a text to be let
Here.
in.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Representative Newsom. Thank you. Governor Liaison is to be determined. We do have a quorum. President Broussard. Yes.
Fair mutual wagering. Who wants to take that on?
Well, it's going to be a Mike and me probably, but I can start off. Yes, thank you, President Broussard. Item 6A, professional roping and rodeo events. We're working on draft 1.2-03.16.23. We did receive yesterday afternoon late a communication from Wyoming Downs on some proposals and some suggestions. Those were circulated to you commissioners yesterday, I believe, late, and then it is in the shared drive on their suggestions. The staff has not had an opportunity to really look at those, but there seems to be some merit in those, but we haven't had a chance to really look at those. Also, from our January 25th meeting in your packet, commissioners, you will see the letter from a representative of Wyoming Downs, from Jeff True, who's with AMTOT, on his suggestions and concerns and updates on things that they've been doing with the rules and looking at this project. Today, for today's discussion, as you see, we have Chapter 1 and we have the Chapter 12 in there that we've made the revisions and changes to. Again, our original was to delete Chapter 12 and replace it with what you have, the working draft 1.2-03-1623. And I think maybe for today's discussion, we have 3 items that we need to talk about and discuss. The medication, the licensing aspect, and then I think one of the other issues and concerns that have come up was the contestants wagering. As you've heard, and I'm just trying to recap a little bit, commissioners, you've heard in testimony stating that rodeo is different from racing. And, the staff would absolutely agree, and I think the commission agrees with that. But with that being said, we still need to take the time, review this, have this right, and get a good process in place like we've done in the past with other things. And we want to look at this rodeo events in a different lens than what we do with horse racing. So, Mike, which part would you like to tackle first? Or how would you like to proceed, commissioners? Would you like to go through Chapter 1 in the definitions and just walk through those and take some comments on what we have?
With that?
Let's turn to the definitions. And that would be, again, that would be draft 2.1, 03/16/23. On the first page, we, in some of these additions to the rules are earlier changes that had been made and we have not gotten implemented at this point. So on the first page, if you look at line 14, we removed Inc. On the definition of Association of Racing Commissioners International, and that had been voted on several months ago. In fact, almost, I think, 11 months ago to do that. We'd also, in that same process that we were working on, we had corrected the Breers Award definition and then changing the statute citation there because of the new legislative changes, excuse me. Then what we've done is identified and just referenced commission is pursuant to, as provided, 1125-102A 2. Turning to the next page, 1-2. Again, these are on this page here, all the changes are changes that this body had approved about 11 months ago. The next page, just a little bit of formatting at the bottom. We moved it, is why there's the marks on the side. Again, everything here on 1-4 was changes that were voted on and approved in previous meetings 12 months ago. Now on page 1-6, starting at line 35 is where we start plugging in the definitions. These definitions, Mike, I believe, they're definitions that come from PRCA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. Thank you. Is there any issues, concerns with any of this language on 1-6, 1-7, or 1-8? Now on 1-8, simulcasting again, that change was made 11 months ago. And this body voted in favor of making that change on lines 4 to 6, so you don't need to worry about those. Now, I did highlight on line 13, where we'll have to come back and correct, where it says steward shall mean the head racing or official, and we would just drop roping and either insert rodeo official or something in there to where it's not specific to roping, and correct that one. Any questions on any of those? Okay. Commissioners, would you like what I think at this point, let's get it, would be all right to have a motion to accept those as the changes have been made, suggested?
So
I would make that motion.
do we have a second? Dan? Any discussion regarding chapter 1?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator.
thank you. I kind of let this run through, but I really question whether you need a very large part of this. And I went into this 11 months ago when we talked about it. Rodeo is rodeo, and as long as you're under the PRCA rules, I think you're going way too far. You're doing all kinds of stuff that they've got to have permission from you, and they've got to do this. And what we really intended when we wrote the bill to do the wagering was that rodeos are rodeos. You didn't get into contestants. You didn't get into the stock. Rodeos have gone on forever. They have a professional organization that runs their rodeos the way they do it. They define what the stock are. we shouldn't be worried about that, in my opinion. What we need to worry about is rules from the gaming end of it, not from how the rodeo happens or how it occurs and what goes on. They have a professional organization. You know, when you look back at our online sports wagering, they don't enter into professional football or basketball and tell them you need permission or you have to do it. What they do is let the events happen as they happen under those professional organization rules. And they conduct the gaming end of it. And that's what I think you should be focusing on, not on trying to get into what happens within that organization and what it does. But if you're going to pari-mutuel bet, how you do it. The only part of any part of this that I see that is really appropriate as far as what goes is I really don't believe participants and probably some of the other people should be allowed to bet. And that's very well in your purview. Past that, I think you're putting piles and piles of things into rules that make absolutely no sense. And it puts up a huge fence that makes it really hard. I don't think the PRCA is going to love it. I can't speak for them, but I'd be shocked if they'd be thrilled about having you guys come in from the state of Wyoming and tell them that they have to ask permission and hold your hands doing this. Their job's to hold rodeos, your job's to regulate gaming. So that's my 2 cents. I'd stand for any questions and thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
So with regards to that, and maybe I'll ask the folks at Wyoming Downs who are looking at this, will these events be PRCA sanctioned events? Because my question is, if they're not, then what rules are the rodeos actually run under? If they are PRCA sanctioned, then a lot of this is unnecessary.
Right. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Covello, that, you know, the statute says professional. So the only way that we've had events in the past in Wyoming is if they are PRCA. Now, there are other professional organizations that cover, you know, bull riding, barrel racing, the other events as well. So those might come into play. So it wouldn't necessarily always be PRCA. But I don't have a crystal ball to say exactly how it would work out going down the road, but the obvious thing to start with would be with professional events, like the statute says. So initially, I would see it that way, yes.
Any other questions for Frank?
If it's appropriate, that when we first started talking about these rules, that was one of the things we suggested, that we just, that the commission just recognize the PRCA rules for the conduct of the events. And you can, Charlie could probably address that better. You said that there was some reason that they couldn't do that. So that's when we got into the weeds with all of these details. So obviously it would be easier if we could just use the PRCA rules for those events, or the WPRA or whatever event it is. Yeah.
Riders only. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
President Broussard, we could potentially adopt the PRCA rules by reference, if that would be what you'd want to do. But what happens if it isn't? Yeah.
So should we include all professional organizations?
If you were going to go that route, yes. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
You better watch it.
Or Mr. President. I'll get it right.
Push-ups.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think part of the challenge is referencing rules that we have no ability to change. And so if the PRCA makes a change that we don't agree with or that we find problematic, then it's in our rules by default. We have no influence, no way to change that, and we would have to go back and do that. And the other comment I would make is if I'm at roping and it's not PRCA, but I get paid because I win, therefore I'm a professional because I got paid to do that job. So I think as we look at these events that will occur, may occur in the future, they may not be PRCA events. They may be some other organization or not an organization at all. So I would be reluctant to put in our rules a reference to rules from organization that we have no control over how they create their rules.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
thank you. I talked directly in opposition to the last comments. The statutes are clear. It's a professional organization, not a professional athlete. It's a professional organization. And those are sanctioned events. They're very similar to you. And we do exactly what we just talked about. We follow in the horse racing end, we follow other organizations' rules by reference. And the PRCA and the PBR, you can use all kinds of terminology, different organizations. The barrel racers that are there are strict in their rules, and there's nothing that stops the commission if there's something that happens to act and go beyond or above what they do if they want to, but they probably do it at their risk. Those organizations, the same as you do, spend thousands of hours making sure their athletes and their stock are safe. And they're not going to do anything to endanger their organization, including as you go into wagering on it. They're very careful about it, and they have reputations to uphold. I really am loath to look at us starting having volumes, bookshelves full of rules that we write that get hard and they got to be changed all the time. PRCA rule changes are simple. So are most of the other organizations. They're easy to see what they're doing. Generally, they're not egregious rules, but I think if you start going down this path every single meeting, you're going to be changing rules because you're going to be reacting anyway. And I really do believe the statute was written pretty clean, that really you should let the professional organizations run their events and you worry about the gaming. I think if you start going past that, one, you're likely not to see it happen. The organizations aren't going to like being told what to do. I'd be suspicious of any of them because however you do it, it's going to make it where it's almost a barrier to going in. And that was not our intent. I helped write the bill, and the intent of the bill was to let rodeos be rodeos and to allow parimutuel to go on. And by the way, you've done it in the past. When you look at the professional steer roping events that have been held in Wyoming, they were held absent volumes of rules, and they happened for decades with very little problems. And so I want you to err on the side of safety, but I also need to look at common sense when you go about doing it. And I don't think this voluminous set of rules goes anywhere near common sense as far as promoting and trying to make those events happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, Texas.
I guess I'm going to have to agree with Senator Driscoll on this. If we were to go down this road and continue, I think we're a year or two away from getting a set of rules that we could all agree on and that make sense and that we've really properly vetted. Whereas if we go back and refer to the professional organizations and their rules and stick to paying attention to the gambling side, I think we have a chance of getting this done a lot quicker and a lot cleaner. And I guess my question to Mike is, does that make good sense?
Mr. President. I mean, certainly we can discuss that, and I think it's logical. I mean, ultimately, it's a policy decision for the commission on kind of how you want to go. We'll help write the rules however this commission decides.
Thank you. President Broussard, Senator Driscoll, all due respect, you know, these rules that we've put out here, these mirror PRCA. So we haven't gone down any wrong path, so to speak, I guess. These are PRCA rules. And what we found several years ago, prior to Mr. Kaler, was, you know, the concern that we had steer roping in roping events without any rules, and we developed the Chapter 3. Not a real large chapter, and we operated on those premises for a couple of years there, pari-mutuel, and then it was cost prohibitive, and those were all PRCA rodeos. If there's any way to do it simpler, absolutely, the office would love to, and still get our legislative mandate.
Mike, you have something to add?
Thank you, President Broussard, Commissioners. One thing I'd like to add is I personally and also with Director Moore on a couple occasions have had numerous conversations with Wyoming Downs representatives. And there's been no contention or dislike of any of the bulk of the event rules. The only, I don't even want to call it issues, but the only items that have been brought up for discussion are wagering by contestants and now medication. So the bulk of the rules that we've done that, like Director Moore said, mirror or basically are almost word for word from PRCA. There's never been any discussion that anybody was against that portion. So I don't feel like keeping those in there would hinder us in completing our task of creating rules when really the scope of what's in contention, if you will, is very small compared to what's in this book.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll, you may be able to answer better than I can. See, it's a magic touch.
I'll comment, and I hate to keep ducking in, but yeah, it may have been done in conjunction with Wyoming Downs. I would question you whether you've talked to the PRCA, because your rules repeatedly say that you've got reference all across in this set of rules that says that they're basically going to submit to what you do. It's with your approval. And I would ask if you've talked to the PRC or any other organizations, whether they would acquiesce to that, because I've dealt with those organizations some, and I would be shocked if they're going to go along with you having any hand in how they operate their events, how they do things, and how they happen. They're a professional organization that runs their way. You know, if you want to run your gaming rules that way, but these rules dip down into actually when you read your rules. And I was a little slow here because I'm sitting on a cell phone. I'm trying to pull them up. I don't have a printed copy, so I'm skipping back and forth. But you're dipping into their events, and I'm really think if you're going to deal with them, then you're going to have to go deal with them. And I'll be shocked if you're not back at another meeting having them have extreme comments on what you're doing with their organization. I go really back solidly to where I was at is I really believe in the way we wrote this was to let the organizations run their events and their rodeos the way they want. If you want to do some definitions and things, great. But really what that does is just affirms one organization's rules that are out there, but you're still reaching into them. And I think that you're really making a huge deal out of this that's going to complicate it to the point of being incredible. It takes a lot of staff time and a lot of things when you write rules. It's much easier just to regulate the gaming end and let the rodeo people run the rodeos. That's what they do. And worry about the gaming and that end. And I think it's very legitimate about contestants and whatever that end of the world you do, that's what you do. You decide who gets the game. But I really don't think you should be delving into how they conduct their events. And I do differ off the comments that have been made when I read the rule. I haven't got them pulled up, but I really do think that you're dealing into what they do. And I think it's a mistake.
Thank you. Dan, do you have further comment?
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out. Is the enabling statute meant to authorize betting on PRCA, but also like local rodeos, say the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo? If they apply for a right to have parimutuel wagering, is that contemplated under the statute, or do they have to be a PRCA rodeo in order to be able to have the betting on it?
Mike, can you handle that?
President Bouchard, Commissioner Schiffer, I'm not sure, maybe I need a little clarification. I'm not sure I completely understood.
Well, for instance, the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo is a local rodeo, limited to residents of Johnson County, basically. You don't have to be a member of the PRCA. It's not sanctioned by the PRCA. But assuming they want to increase their purses or activity there, they might have, the Fair Board might apply for a license to conduct parimutuel wagering. They may not run their rodeo exactly as the PRCA does. So what I'm asking is was the point of the legislation for everybody to get to do it, or just PRCA, PBR, WRBA, or whatever, all these certain organizations?
Thank you. I understand what you're asking now, and I guess I can't answer what the point was of the legislation, but I do think that you bring up a good point as far as I didn't see anything in there that would prohibit places like Johnson County applying to do that. And then I guess the question is, if they're not PRCA or some other professional organization, how do we regulate that event without our own set of rules? I think it would become extremely hard for us to do that. And frankly, that's one of the reasons we relied upon using definitions and event rules from a large organization so that, we could have a standardized set of Wyoming Gaming Commission rodeo rules that kind of mirrored what the majority of rodeo in the United States is doing. But then also not leave out those other, just because Wyoming Downs is the only ones who's really approached us right now doesn't mean we're not going to have other permittees or operators that want to get permitted to do events. I also have questioned whether the PRCA will sanction a rodeo if the main purpose of that rodeo is wagering. Specifically in their rules, they don't condone gambling. So there's also that possibility that the PRCA would not sanction a rodeo event that was put on specifically for parimutuel wagering. And then what rules do we rely upon then?
President Broussard.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. True has been moved over. He had raised his hand as well.
Jeff, you have the floor. Mr. True?
You're still muted.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm consulting Wyoming Downs on some of these operations, some of the rule writing and preparations for this. With respect to Commissioner Schiffer's comments, I tend to agree that not all rodeos are going to be PRCA or WPRA or PBR sanctioned. I believe that each rodeo event would need to come to the commission for specific authorization to offer wagering. And again, not all of those rodeos are going to be operated under PRCA rules. And to Michael's comment, the PRCA does not sanction wagering on their events. And so in the same sense that the ARCI model rules are written as examples or preferred examples, if you will, for other states to adopt as their own rules, I see this as a similar effort. The rules as I see them, the proposed rodeo rules as I see them, are directly pulled from professional organizations, and none of the rules as I read them and as other folks in the rodeo world read them are restrictive in any way. And 20 pages of rules in the grand scheme of things I don't see as too oppressive. Further, the stakeholders I think that have been involved in this are generally in agreement that the participation rules, the PRCA and the steer roping and the barrel racing rules that are proposed here by staff basically hit the high points. It's not as restrictive as each individual organization might be. And with respect to wagering, how we wager on it, what the structure of the wagering format is, that's all covered under the pari-mutuel rules as I see it. So I really think we're down to simply the participant wagering question and the medication rules question. And I think potentially with some more stakeholder meetings with staff and obviously with the commissioners and or the senator, I think we could arrive at an agreement there. But to me, the overriding message here is that Wyoming is starting something new in the US. And it's going to have an effect on not only rodeo in Wyoming, but I believe long-term it'll have an effect on rodeo nationally. And again, to the extent we're adopting professional rules that have been in place and managed for years, as Wyoming's specific rules, I think that's the right path. And not to be argumentative, of course, with any of the members or the speakers or certainly the president. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Dan, go ahead.
Going at this a little different way. I know in the sports betting, we don't quote all the NFL rules, the MLB rules. We just say if that's a sanction, or, I mean, is that some way we could possibly frame this thing that if the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo has run that rodeo for 120 years and they've got rules they go by, or the Casper Rodeo is a PRCA event, couldn't we just do it that way? Say, we look at it whether they're a sanctioned or, reputable historical group to come up with whether they should be allowed to have betting, and then work on the betting rules specifically.
Everybody's looking at me, so I guess I'm going to answer that.
Go ahead, Mike.
President Bouchard, Commissioner Schiffer, I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I am of the same opinion as I believe I understood Mr. True. We kind of need our own rules. And I think it just makes it easier in the sense of we don't have to worry about which rodeo specific we're going to permit to wager as long as they're all following the same rules. So it wouldn't matter if we had our rules. If Johnson County wants to wager on rodeo, they follow our rules. If Natrona County or Central Wyoming Fair and Rodeo wants to wager, then they follow our rules. I think it also becomes more difficult on staff when it comes to regulating an event if we have to try to know or refer to several different set of rules depending on which event we're at, and how we're going to regulate that. And then I don't know, this might be a question for the lawyers in the room, specifically ours. I don't know, do we as commission staff then have authority to regulate somebody else's rule book? You know, if there is a problem, there could potentially be a problem that arises in an event and it's somebody else's rule book, and that problem potentially can change wagers or the outcome on wagers, and we're going to need some sort of authority to regulate that or make a final decision. And can we even do that if we're operating on somebody else's rules? I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you. Representative Davis.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission there, I guess my question is, are we trying to regulate the act, wagering, or the event, rodeo? You know, that's, to me, that's the key here. You have your requirements under your PBR, your, you know, all these different associations on the event, how that is sanctioned and how that should occur. No different than the barrel racing, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're trying to mix too many things together here. I would assume as a commission would only want to be interested in the wagering part of it, not the event itself. Okay, so if we're trying, it seems to me, paint too wide of a swath with these rules. So I think you need to pinpoint them to the wagering event, not the act there. And then as far as the Johnson County, if you have something else on the side there, what you have already, maybe that would relate to an event that isn't sanctioned or sponsored by all these entities, you know? So I think you could win both things, but I think the first thing you need to consider is, are we interested in the wagering or regulating the event? The events regulate themselves pretty well. As you know, there's no sense reinventing the wheel on that, is my point. You know, now if there is something with the Johnson County rodeo where there is no real regulation, maybe that's when you reference back to your rules for them in order to qualify under your wagering part. So I think it can be worked, but it can't be a one size fits all for what we're after here. I think we you as a commission need to figure out which it is you want to regulate. The whole thing, some of the thing, you know, that's from what I'm hearing back here. Thank you.
Any other comments?
President,
So I guess,
President Bissart.
yeah, Commissioner Holler.
Yes, I apologize for not being there. It's tough to talk on Zoom like this, but I see both sides of the story where the staff is coming from. And I think Director Moore and I've had these conversations before. Representative Davis has said it pretty well. What are we regulating? So basically if you set the bare minimums at the PRCA, the Johnson County, if they're not quite matched up to it, you can't gamble at it. Would that be a true statement? Because they don't fit the commission's rules and guidelines? And, you know, when you get to thinking about it, I hope we don't ever get a piece of legislation say we can vote or or bet on the Wyoming high school state tournament or something, because there's always troubles there. But even the Johnson County Fair and Rodeo, doesn't matter if it's Weston County, there's rules and the contentions come out because, oh my gosh, that isn't how the rules said. I shouldn't have been disqualified. You're always having that. And basically because you don't have probably the quality of judging you do at a PRCA. They make sure the judging is done right to be a sanctioned PRCA. So I guess I can see kind of both sides of it, but I think the best way to put it is, are we regulating the event or the gambling of the event, wagering on it? So, and that would be, we can get into the weeds, but we could set, I could see the staff, we could set a bare minimum. It's got to be PRCA kind of a sanctioned, even that if it isn't sanctioned, that's your rules and regulations. That's a good start for having the one-offs. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Frank.
Mr. President, members of the commission, when we started this process, as I said earlier, we looked at seeing if we could adopt the professional rules by reference, and we understood from the communication with the staff that we could not do that, and so that is what led us to start down this path of these rules. So I think what Senator Driscoll's excuse me, Senator Driscoll's comments about doing that were great, but we started down that path and it didn't work. So that's why we're at where we're at. And so there's been a lot of work going into this by our people and by staff, and we'd like to see as much of this move forward as possible. That's our position today, to try to move this along. We've been working on it for a while, and we know it's not going to happen right away, but we want to try to see the light at the end of the tunnel someday. So if it's still the case that we can't adopt professional rules by association, or by reference rather, then that's a moot point, and we can move on with what we've got, hopefully. And Mr. True's comments, I think that pretty much sums up where we're at with our position.
I have a quick question, Frank, for you. So Senator Driscoll's comments referring to the PRCA not being involved in a rodeo that is covered by our rules. Have you guys had conversations with professional organizations that one way or the other?
No, we haven't. Mr. President, we have not had those comments or those discussions, but I do know that back when we had the parimutuel wagering on the Hyde Merit steer roping in Laramie years ago, when I worked for the commission, that was a PRCA sanctioned event, and they were aware of the wagering on it. So I'm not sure how that all worked out, but that happened. I think as I'm looking at it and just thinking about it today, I think that the key here is the definition of professional rodeo event, because that's what the statute says, professional rodeo event. But there's really no definition. So is that just a PRCA event, or is it we've got some state professional association, I believe, or is it when someone makes money, and does that make them a professional? So that may be something that we need to dig into, is what is the definition of that, and then I think that would help us a lot. But for today, we'd like to see as much of this move forward as possible.
I think what I would not like to see is us spend all this time making rules and then not attract a professional organization if that's what's needed, and then we just do this for nothing. But So has anyone in staff talked to a professional organization? Charlie, do you know?
You know, if I could go back and answer a couple of the earlier questions first, you know, if you wouldn't mind. And I agree, maybe it's as simple as what Frank had said, or Mr. Lamb had said, define professional. But if you go back to our statutes, which are our Bibles, 1125-102, 5, parimutuel event, means the events, and I say it again, means the events which are authorized by the commission. So that means the event, you know, the roping or the rodeo or the races. We're permitting those events. And so that was why, you know, 10 years ago, the Attorney General's office had concern and said, hey, we need to get rules for roping. And so we started out adopting, in a little history, adopting the PRCA. Then we backed it off of those rules just a little bit, and we worked on them and got them to where they wouldn't exclude anybody as long as it was a professional event. So, you know, by, you know, and one thing that came up was, I'm not sure, I know I didn't say we couldn't adopt by reference rules. Anything that are cumbersome, and cumbersome, the state of Wyoming is what, I think 10, 20 pages, something like that. It's defined. We adopt rules and regulations by reference all the time. And in fact, I think maybe it was you in testimony a month or so ago, or the last meeting, questioning whether we could adopt by reference RCI model rules, and we do it all the time, and we have. It's not the best way sometimes to go because of just exactly what Representative Newsom had mentioned. You know, those can change, so you have to keep monitoring, and you might have to come back up, and then and so we're very specific, version X, Y, Z, or whatever when we're adopting. So if they do shift, we're not going along with that shift without you know, the authorization. It'd be nice to not have to write volumes of rules. You know, I've had way too much practice writing rules over the last 5 years, actually quite a while longer. So it'd be nice if there's a simpler way of approaching this. You know, we'd love to. One thing that I'm not sure if Mr. Steinberg mentioned, how do we, without a body of rules, you know, how do we regulate that event, and then go ahead and just like it says, we have to, you know, the parimutuel event means the events which are authorized by us. How do we do that? You know, I think this is great discussion. I think we've got a lot of good things here. I've made a lot of notes. I do know we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Covello and a second by Commissioner Schiffer to adopt the Chapter 1, which is the definitions only to this. And then we're in discussion right now. We've kind of drifted to the next chapter here. Quite a ways got off on that one. So maybe we need to bring this back at this point, think about it, and vote.
Any other discussion?
President
Yeah.
Broussard.
Nick, we have somebody.
We've got Rip.
I know him.
Mr. Schiffer and then
Okay.
Senator
Go ahead,
Driscoll as
Dan.
well.
Okay, going down here to, let me see, page 17, line 31, and 32, 33, and 34. We have defined as a roper and a roping event, but no definitions of bronc riders, bull riders. So is there any reason that, does anybody know of why we included those two definitions as opposed to not all of the definitions or themselves alone? Is that, you see where I'm at?
If you look at, if you go to page, and I hope we're working off of the same copy here, 1-6, and you start at 35.
1-7.
Well, let's go back to 1-6 and look at line 35, where we start off by defining a rodeo event as a professional rodeo where parimutuel wagering is permitted, includes any of the following events. And then we define bareback bronc riding, barrel racing, breakaway roping, bull riding, dally, team roping, tie-down roping, saddle bronc riding, steer roping, steer wrestling. And then it goes on, and we would probably need to remove roper because we've already got it identified up there as tie-down, and we've got the roping events. And you said you didn't see, do you have a different copy than? And that should have been, do you have those definitions on yours that I just talked about? Okay.
So that, I mean, I'm all good with that. I just didn't know why we went on to roper and roping.
Right, those were what have been in there already, so we probably need to come back and revisit those two. Yeah. They're the old language that we need to.
Just a quick clarification. So, and maybe it helps with Daniel's question. It has to be a professional rodeo. So is the Johnson County Rodeo deemed to be a professional rodeo in some way?
It is, to the sense that they compete for money, you know, the contestants are paid
Yeah.
money, so, I mean, that's what I understand to be the difference between an amateur and a professional.
Okay.
They accept money. Now, I don't know of any amateur rodeos in the world that I ever heard of at this point.
So I think our definition is vague. All right, any other comments before we move on? We need to, sorry.
Senator Driscoll, you have the floor.
I'll stand back. When he read the rules, it's professional rodeo, and I don't think you anywhere have a definition of professional. Once again, we're using a layman's terms, certainly not statutory, of what a professional rodeo is. I guess under the terms professional is anybody sitting at a poker table is professional as well, and that definitely goes against state statute. I think we're getting into, like I said, it's a bit of a ball of spaghetti. I would like to see you go ahead with something, but I can tell you from my end, I never intended being part of the law when we wrote it to have county fairs that I was parimutuel wagering on my kids or my neighbors in an event. If you want something that's ripe for making the front page of a paper, my guess is to try to do it that way. That's scary to me. These events, what really makes what in my mind is idea of a professional is something that's some type of a sanctioned event. And it doesn't have to be PRCA. It could be the NRCA. It could be numerous organizations. But when you break down to really small end events, they've got their own problems just running their events without stacking gambling on top of them. I think it's got to be at a fairly high level if it's going to succeed. It'd be my personal deal, and I will tell you from my end, I probably moved to sharpen those statutes somewhat. I don't think you can get there easily through rulemaking, and if you do, I would strongly suggest you go back to what Director Moore said you could do, and that's to adopt some professional organizations' backbone standards. They've spent 100 years developing their rules and regs. I apologize to you. I didn't print off all of the stuff, and I'm having a hard time navigating on my phone between statutes and the rules, but I think it's a lot more complicated than 20 or 50 pages of rules when you start delving down. I think it's really clear, and we've been up and down that path, is let the rodeo people run the rodeos and let you folks work on how you regulate the gambling, make sure the gaming part of it's fair, but not get down in the weeds on how they run their events. So that's my 2 cents. And I'll probably step back because I don't have enough paper sitting in front of me that I can reference correctly from this point on. I think make some action and go from where you're at, and we'll do a little more research, and everybody can to make sure when we do it, it's done right. Thank you.
Thank you. So it kind of sounds like we need to clarify the definition of professional rodeo before we can
Yes,
further.
President Broussard, and again, thank you, Senator Driscoll, for those comments. I think those are some very valid points that you've made. I think that go back and define professional rodeo, and again, we're all more just talking through this. Maybe we can, if we define that and define that as, a PRCA event or other similar organizations, then we don't have to go down the road of some of these others. We could still define to where we have those definitions and have some of these things in place, but we don't need to go too far down that road. So
I agree with that. Sorry, go ahead, Sandy.
So I see, but just doing a quick Google search, that Colorado allows betting on bull riding, PBR, and Nevada allows gambling on the NFR. And so I'm wondering if we can look at what their gaming commissions do with rules. Go away. Go away.
you got your light on too.
So I got a new phone. I broke my leg, my dad died, and I got a new phone. Those are the 3 traumas in my life. But I wonder if we can look at Nevada and look at Colorado and see what they do for rules. And if they reference professional bull riding or professional rodeo rules, then I think maybe we're in good stead doing it that way.
Absolutely. President Broussard, Representative Newsom, I wasn't aware that Colorado did allow for that. I knew Montana, and I know that in their rules are minimal. And I wasn't aware of Nevada necessarily. So we will, Mr. Steinberg will research that. You may be new.
Commissioners, my knowledge, and I'll take a deeper look into it, is that the wagering that's allowed on rodeo in those states are basically in line with online sports wagering. They're not pari-mutuel pools, I don't believe. And yeah, matter of fact, we authorize online sports wagering for rodeo in Wyoming.
All right, so what would we like to do next? So I feel like we're voting on something and we're not sure we want to. Yeah. So we could vote, if we want to do something else, we have to vote this up or down and then move on. Okay.
Table it maybe, or if you want to amend the motion.
Okay. Well, I say we vote, if we want to table it, we vote it down and then table it? Or can we table it prior to vote? We have to complete the vote. Is that correct? Yeah, so vote it down. Okay, so do we have any further comment? I hesitate to say that, but come on up, Jack.
I'll be real quick. I know we've been on this for a while. Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing. I previously had had conversations with Senator Driscoll about this bill and the intention of what all this was to do. And after hearing all the discussion today, I think it is a distinction of professional events and only wagering on those professional events. I mean, the intention was to have wagering, the Sheridan Wyo, Cheyenne Frontier Days, these large events. So you bring in the situation of the Johnson County Fair. I mean, that may not apply. And that's kind of reiterating what we've all discussed here, but it's what does classify as a professional event, and then you just reference their individual rules. So hopefully we can make it work. Thanks.
That's where I think we're. All right, any other comment? Hearing none, all of those in favor of adopting Chapter 1, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay, nay.
Nay.
Okay, so at the moment, Charlie, I think it's the pleasure of the commission to table. Do we want to table the remaining rules? Yeah, we'll table the remainder of the professional rodeo event rules. Go ahead.
Mr. President, if I may, we are having a professional rodeo event in Torrington in 4 weeks, actually the National Circuit Final steer roping. And Tom Glaus, who is the president, and several of those people will be here. And I think that would be an opportunity for myself and any other members of the commission, possibly Director Moore, to sit down and visit with those people about how they're going to, number one, view this from their point of view, and will they allow it? And also their point of view about us adopting their rules and how this might dovetail in, and then hopefully get back by the next commission meeting with some ideas. So I would offer that up that we would do that. That is the last weekend in April. The actual performances, I believe, are on the 29th and 30th, and we'll welcome you all to come.
Okay. Would it be an idea to do a special, just maybe just on the rules afterwards, instead of wait till the next commission meeting? Charlie, would it make sense to have just a meeting for these rules only in a shorter period of time? After we have the discussion and define professional rodeo and et cetera? I mean, I'm willing to do a Zoom if it helps expedite the process, if that's what we're hanging up on.
So I guess, if you could answer this, so we tabled the Chapter 1.
Taped it all.
Have you, in that discussion, was it your intention to table Chapter 12 as well? So we have an opportunity to visit with, or do you want to continue to have some of this discussion?
I think they're all interconnected. I mean, we need to define professional rodeo.
Okay.
And then I think that a lot of this might fall out. If we define professional rodeo as only rodeos that are attached to a professional organization, then we adopt their rules. That's the easiest way. And then we short circuit a lot of the process. That's my opinion. And does anyone else agree with that or disagree? Because I don't mind doing whatever the commission wants to do. If they want to continue on or just have a special.
And I think we need to, keep in mind that, we want to look at this, what's the best way, not so much what's the easiest way. And I know that's just, playing with words a little bit, but, I think defining professional rodeo will potentially deal with a lot of the concern, depending on how that goes. We can follow up with Colorado and Nevada over the next few weeks, and then plan on sitting down, and I'm sure Commissioner Covello can make sure we've got some time carved out with whoever's involved with the circuit finals, and be able to have a meaningful discussion. Is that right?
I'm in favor of getting this done.
Yeah.
The quicker the better. We want to do it that it works and it's meaningful.
Yeah.
I don't want this to drag on very long. I want to fix this.
I think if we define professional rodeo and then reference professional rodeo organizations' rules, and then we make our rules, of course, the rules they don't have, the parimutuel rules, to our satisfaction, then we're moving. Is that?
So then
Does that make-
also, are you interested in just not having any action on chapter 12, nor any discussion on chapter 12? Or do you want to have some discussion while we're here today on a couple of the items that are in there?
So we can have a limited discussion on chapter 12 and see what our problems are, and if we need a vote on it, or we want to. Okay, so at the moment, we are going to continue on with number 6A, chapter 12.
So we're working off of draft 1.2-03, 1623 professional rodeo events. Again, we have a lot of the same. And it's interesting, the first thing I look at on page 2 is we do define professional roping event is a timed event permitted by the commission where contestants compete for money. So we'll have to look at all of that. We also,
Well, so as that's defined, it could be any rodeo where people
and we
are
can
trading money.
define those together. So do that. But I think back to maybe what the original points to kind of talk through would be the medication concerns, the licensing concerns, and what was the third one? Oh, somebody help me out.
Whether it's jockeys.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Who can wager? Yeah, absolutely. So again, Wyoming Downs submitted some suggestions on the medication. We haven't had an opportunity due to the timing when that came in to really go through that and see how that would blend in. But I'm probably going to turn some of this back over to Mr. Steinberg because he spent most of the time working on this. But to remind everybody, the red line medication rules, and those all start on page 26, line 4 of 26, and then run page 27 through 28. Those were pulled from the WPR, I get the acronym, help me. WPRA. This is not something that was arbitrarily pulled out and put in here by our staff. This came from the last meeting when you discussed and talked about looking at other states, seeing where, so it was pulled from there. And it's referencing some of RCI and then goes into, and this isn't even the complete volume, isn't that correct, Mike? This was a scaled down. So, and we'd had the discussion with Dr. Barry and with Commissioner Cavello and Mr. Steinberg and myself that we wanted to make sure that we looked at this, had this out in the public, and then let you discuss this. Do you want to continue down this road, or would you prefer us to strike this language and come up with some simplifications of this, a simplified version? And maybe Commissioner Cavello, you'd like to speak to that, or Mike, on those options, either one.
With your permission, Mr. President, I'll jump in. First of all, obviously, quickly, the pole bending was deleted because it's not a sanctioned event, nor did we want to go down that rabbit hole at this particular point. With regards to barrel racing, the medication, that verbiage comes straight out of the WPRA. So, if we were to adopt their rules or reference their rules, that would already be in there verbatim. How we try to put that back on professional ropers and their horses and stuff like that, that's where I see you're gonna run into a problem. When you, and Dr. Barry, I'll go back to, I'll try to quote him, but you're gonna find out that 70 to 80% of the horses that are ridden into the arena at the NFR are aged horses that are there because of their disposition, but do require certain levels of medication because of their overall condition, stuff like that. I mean, I think medication with, especially ropers and stuff like that, will be a huge issue and will probably end any possibility of those things going forward. So I think in that perspective, from me, that's a problem. And I'm just putting kind of where Dr. Barry and I were thinking about this and how that goes. Also, as far as licensing, you know, we asked if contractors and so forth are already licensed by the PRCA, do we need to delve into trying to license everyone as well? And maybe that will go with some of, if we're able to adopt their rules or whatever. But once again, we didn't know if we should delve into that. And then as far as wagering, you know, there's a lot of ways to look at that. Most any rodeo contestant that goes to a rodeo is wagering on himself because he has entry fees involved, and he's also contesting for prize money. You know, and when you read the rules, it says, you know, in some places you can bet on yourself, you just can't lay a bet. In other words, bet against yourself. And so possibly that could be part of the discussion. And those were just some of the things that came up, and certainly just a point of view, and not telling you that that's the way it needs to be.
Thank you. President Bouchard, Vice President Cavello. Just to kind of go a little further into what Vice President Cavello brought up, we did also have some discussion, I think just limited in the meeting, pertaining to the medications, some possible solutions. One that we came up with was basically, if you start at section 33, I, class 1, 2, and 3 are prohibited. Now, those are drugs that have no therapeutic value. They're controlled. I mean, things like cocaine and methamphetamine fall in those. There's no therapeutic value to an animal. And so as a possibility, maybe we just prohibit class 1, 2, and 3 and don't necessarily worry about specific levels of therapeutic. That's an option for the commission to consider. To the licensing, one of the problems that we as staff have with not licensing is we then do not have any way to regulate. Our regulatory authority comes with the license that person has. And if you violate a rule and you don't hold a license, we don't have any way of reprimanding you for violating that rule. Your license is our way of regulating your conduct. So in other words, if you break the rules, you potentially lose your license, you can no longer participate. If they don't have a license and they break a rule, we have no way to regulate that. So that's something for you guys to consider. Yes, it's not going to be easy to license rodeo contestants. We fully realize that, but.
Well, I guess my question is, they have a membership in another professional organization? I'm assuming if it's a professional rodeo, and can they be?
Could. And yes, and I'm sorry,
Yep.
President Broussard,
Yeah.
they could, but then all we can do is say this person violated this rule at this event, and then it's up to that regulatory agency whether they do anything. So that's the problem with licensing. And honestly, I understand both sides of the argument. But from a regulatory agency, I don't see any way for us to regulate without that person or contestant being licensed. So it's something to consider for sure.
I see Senator Driscoll's, was he trying to get on?
Mr. Chairman, I am, and I hate complicating. I think the question is, what are you regulating? Are you trying to regulate the contestants or the gaming? And we keep coming back to that. And I was just reading through, I see in your red line rules, we talk about over and over about commissions and veterinarians. Are we going to have our own veterinarian at every one of these events? Or are we going to require that we can draw blood out of animals? Because that's what these rules do. Or do we allow the event to happen and try to regulate the gaming aspect of it? And I really think that's your key discussion you have here is, what are you really trying to do? Because I can almost assure you, if you're trying to license contestants, your parimutuel betting is going to be really strange, because a huge part of them don't care if they're licensed. And I'm guessing they will not agree to get a license or follow any of your rules. They're professional athletes. They want to go do what they do. If other people want to bet on them, that's fine. But I don't see cowboys wanting to enroll their animals or stock contractors wanting their animals tested unless their sanctioning organization tells them they have to, which at this point they have not. I think you're just heading down a path to really create a lot of confusion. And like I said, really think hard about, are we trying to regulate the athletes and the animals? Or are we trying to regulate gaming? And to me, that's what the parimutuel end is it doesn't matter if it's demolition derby at the certain level, chariot racing, horse racing, steer roping. Are we trying to actually tell them how to run their events and the athletes what they do? Or are we giving the public a fair chance to wager on those activities, and we regulate the wagering end of it? And my answer to you clearly is regulate to the very best to make the gaming fair and equal and right. But I don't think you need pages of rules to tell them how to run the events. I think you're going to get into our rules versus their rules. Who can tell them what they can do and what they can't do? And in the case of Cowboys, I think you heard some really solid testimony that it just does not work. If you want to go down this path, really what you're going to do is spend a lot of time to regulate something that's never going to happen, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Go along with that train of thought. I think that's really a great idea. I think, maybe the way to talk about this is to differentiate between the entity that's conducting the parimutuel wagering and the entity that's conducting the rodeo. So the entity that's conducting the parimutuel wagering should have to negotiate a contract with the pro rodeo offer. And then we set the rules of what kind of wagers, how the wagers are going to be done, that those parts are regulated by us. And the professional rodeo, which stands to benefit, and by running a good show, is going to try to put on the best professional show they can under their rules. And that would simplify about 99% of these rules right here. I don't see us testing every horse or bull or anything. It's impossible. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Representative Davis, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I have to reiterate the commissioner's point of view there. I mean, if you adopt the organization that is going to present the event, then you shouldn't have to worry about the safety, the health, any of those issues. Those are already under the umbrella of the organization itself, if I understand that correctly. And so if you want to try and supersede that or add on to that, that's where this testing and stuff, you know, that's like you say, a rabbit hole you probably do not want to go down, because number one, who's going to be there to implement the testing? How's it going to be done? What's the cost going to be? And who's it going to pay those costs? So I think if you choose to just adopt the event by the sanctioned organization, you've covered all that. So then all you have to do is keep it simple. They would pay one license for the event, you know, a major event license, $5, whatever it is, you know, and then you would tell them how the pari-mutuel side would work based on the wagering. And that would be pretty simple. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, you got the floor.
President Bouchard, thank you. I guess my question would be, and again, I understand the discussion and the reason for it, but how do we protect the wagering public if we're not regulating the event? That's our job, is to protect the wagering public. So if we only have rules for the wagering, but we have no way of enforcing any rules in the event, I feel like we are dropping the ball in that pari-mutuel event. And without our own specific rules, or even adopting PRCA, or however we decide ultimately to do it, pari-mutuel rodeo would be the only event without, what would be the only pari-mutuel event without rules. Because we have horse racing rules, not only for the wagering, but for the event itself. So we need something, I feel like.
Okay, I think Cactus wants to take a shot at that question.
Going back to how these other guys have said, you're going to adopt the PRCA, the WPRA, whoever's putting on the event, whoever sanctions the event, you're going to adopt their rules and their sanctioning of how that event is run. Then all you're going to do is determine how the betting happens. If calf roper is disqualified because of something he's done, that would happen according to the PRCA's rules, and they'll make that decision, and then that time doesn't count in that betting, or it goes as a zero, or however that's done. But I'm going to tell you right now, I believe wholeheartedly, and I'm going to ask Judy and some other folks in here that know rodeo cowboys, there's not a one of them that are going to stand still to get licensed. I don't think you're going to find many contractors that are going to go for double licensing, to have to be licensed by the PRCA and by you, and have two sets of rules overlooking one event. I think if we're going down this hole, we're absolutely wasting our time, because there won't be one. 307, you're the guys that have been looking into it. What do you, not 307, but Wyoming Downs, you guys have been looking into this. What do you think?
We have Jack waiting to talk, so
Jack,
go ahead.
What do you think?
President Davis, well, first of all, I have rodeoed professionally. I would wholeheartedly agree with you that it's not going to happen. You're not going to get the cowboys to sign up. You're not going to get the contractors to sign up. What makes sense to me is basically what Mr. Schiffer has said, which is there should be, it's not quite apples to apples, but it's the online sports betting situation we have here. I mean, we're not regulating the NFL here. We're not regulating the NBA. So, and we still have wagering on those events, right? So we're authorizing a permittee to conduct the pari-mutuel wagering on said professional event. But I think it should resemble somewhat of online sports wagering. You approve the entity that's going to conduct the wagering. You have a set of rules for the entity that's conducting the wagering, but they're conducting it on a professional event. It makes sense to me that way anyway. But agree, you start testing these guys or making them sign up, the whole intention of the bill is then gone. We wanted to be able to wager on the Sheridan, YO, and CFD. I mean, that was the intention of the bill. It wasn't to wager on the Johnson County Fair, so to speak. But there may be avenues to even do that. But the intention was to wager on these large-scale professional events.
Thank you. Cactus, you wanted to ask Wyoming Downs a question? Yeah.
Guess I should have said up front.
Go ahead, Frank.
I agree it's difficult to get the participants to license, but when we did the Hyde Merit Memorial, we had a requirement that they had to be licensed. So what we did was we simplified the process. We didn't get the full application. They got just the top part, who you are, where do you live, and they didn't have to answer all of the questions on the back, and we didn't fingerprint them. So we just simplified it. But if you went to these guys, and the only guy that objected was J.D. Yates, and he objected to everything, as you know. So, but if you know, we keep comparing it to horse racing, and a couple of the commissioners here have said the same thing. It's not. So, you know, we license, or the commission licenses other things differently. The skill games, the sports wagering. So this could be different as well, and so it could be very simple. And what we did over there is when we gave the applications to the rodeo secretary, and so when they came in to handle their business with the rodeo secretary, she said, "Fill this out," and so they did, and that was it. It's done.
And what was the cost, Frank? Do you remember?
Well, that was another thing. We weren't going to charge them at that time. I think the license fee was $35, and so we charged them $5. And the permittee at the time, the Hyde Merit Committee, paid for that. So that, you know, there's always a way, a simple answer if you look hard enough, I think. So, but I think back to the concept of defining professional event, I think is really key here. And again, we want to move forward as much as we can today, but that's something that that we need to deal with.
Thank you. So Charlie, do you have more to cover on chapter 12?
Well, we're still, if you want to continue and try to get some things figured out, you know, we've got section 33 that's in here. Do you want to remove that language and come up with something that's simplified? Would that be something of interest? And then, you know, and again, just to kind of continue a little of this other stuff, and I know maybe some people would prefer not, maybe, but, you know, we need to keep talking about, yes, skill games are different, horse racing's different, and sports wagering's different, but they all fall under different statutes. The roping falls under the parimutuel statutes. So, you know, again, keeping that in mind, but then also when I did the Hyde Merit and then the Sheridan YO, and then when we did the Don King days, we did do a very simplified, just what Frank said, a very simplified licensing. And I think we'd even had the discussion with Wyoming Downs, I believe maybe even Mike and I last summer at the racetrack, about how we could license, and you could license ahead of time, because you're going to know your entries and you can get that done. And Sheridan YO and Don King days, they foot the bill for the licensing. They paid for that and got those taken. So there are ways to get that done. And then I sat there in the licensing office with the rodeo secretary at the YO, and yeah, it's a pain. But then you have to look at a couple of these guys and go, okay, come on, just put your name down, sign it, or read it, put your name down, sign it, and go. you're spending more time arguing about it than it takes to fill it out. So, and they did.
So if we adopted the professional organization's rules, are there in their rules a list of medications at all in the?
Well, if you adopt the women's rodeo rules, yes, that's what this is. You're adopting these.
In their events, if anyone knows, in the women's events, who takes blood and is it their organization that's responsible for that?
Their vet. Mr. President?
Yeah, go ahead.
They have a vet on staff, like Dr. Barry's at our event and at a WPRA event like that, if they suspect that an animal is in peril or something like that, they can ask for a test to be done. It never happens, but they have the ability to. They've never done it.
So if we adopted their rules, it would be their cost. And we wouldn't have to duplicate it by making our own rules and then being responsible for the drug testing of everything. Am I following? Am I tracking? No?
President Broussard, I understand where you're going, but also on the other hand, you need to look at the enabling statutes, and we're required to permit the event. And if we're permitting the event, the state of Wyoming is somewhat on the hook for some of that. And if we had an issue with a positive sample, how do we adjudicate that if we don't have the chain of custody in those things? I don't know. It may be very simple. It could be a very simple thing, but we've got some really good discussion here. I'm not sure we've come to a solution, maybe, but it is really good and it's very interesting, and it's this whole logical discussion that we've talked about. Have the discussion, then make the decision. And I know that Wyoming Downs would like to move forward on these. And Mr. True and Mr. Lamb and everybody has said that, and I don't disagree if we could move forward with some of this. But and that's why I brought you back to section 33. Do you want to strike that from, at this point, from this set of rules? And then continue to work the product, if that, for at least one more or two more, however long it takes. And then maybe we'll end up striking the whole thing and going a different direction. Hope we don't have to, hope we can keep this moving and expedite it. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a really neat product to have and have an addition. Define professional rodeo, do that between now and the next meeting, and strike this language. We have some alternative language that Wyoming Downs has submitted as far as the medication language. Look at that and see where that would fall into play. And then if you strike the medication, we know that the licensing piece, it says you shall license. We can come up with a different solution to that problem. But then the next one on our list of 3 was the contestants wagering, to handle that one. So I would suggest going back to section 33 and.
Anybody have a strong opinion?
Mr. President, I have a strong opinion. I think we should strike 33.
Yep.
Is that a motion?
It is indeed a motion.
Okay. Any comments? Any comments?
Do you have any on the Zoom?
Yep. Any
Nick,
comments from
Jenny,
Zoom?
or
Any comments from the audience?
Francisco?
There's no hands up, no.
No hands?
Oh,
Okay, we got a hand.
spoke too soon. Mr. True has his hand up.
Mr. True, you have the floor.
Who seconded that? Oh, Schiffer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Not to elongate this thing or be overly argumentative again, but it seems to me that there are, in my view, some need for rules around the event. And one of the items here is that the operators in Wyoming Downs' view, the operator of the rodeo and the operator of the wagering event are the same. The sanctioning bodies are just that. They don't operate the actual event. Events are operated according to a set of rules, and to the points of discussion that have been made already, there are lots of rules out there about how an event is to be controlled or operated. But to give that authority to a private organization or any number of private organizations doesn't seem to be, in my view at least, the way to run professional events. With respect to specifically Section 33, there's language there that says the veterinarian may test an animal. It's not saying that every winner or every second place horse or every third place horse is to be tested. And finally, the separation of the betting from the event is problematic because the betting is specifically on the outcome of the event. And I think you need some guidelines about how those events are conducted, i.e. the way we dictate to a very minute degree how horse racing is operated. And so I might encourage some more stakeholder discussion with educated and informed parties, including everyone that's on this discussion now. But I defer to the commission as to how they wish to go, but I wouldn't shy away from writing some rules around the event or completely disbanding the things that have been done to date. I believe Wyoming Downs has the right intentions in mind, and the organization of the wagering is based on the event, and I think those two are inextricably linked. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comment? Anyone's hands up on Zoom? Okay, so we have a motion. Does the commissioners have more comment after what Mr. True said? No? All right. So we'll call the question. All in favor of striking 33, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, say no. Sorry, all
we need
opposed,
Zoom.
all opposed, say no.
We need to see if we need to hear from, we could do a roll call vote if you want to, because we don't have a quorum here.
Okay. Did Zoom vote?
Would you restate, Mr. President, kind of twisted around back and forth. Which one is a no now? Tell me that again.
To strike 33, section 33.
But that's a no vote is to strike it.
No. A yes
No.
vote is to strike it.
Yeah, okay, I apologize, but I kind of, you mixed up a little bit. Thank you.
So should we do a roll call vote?
Yeah. We'll, Vice President Broussard will do a roll call vote, and the motion is to strike section 33. And I believe after maybe this motion, you may want to come with a follow-up motion, potentially, if I can suggest that at this point, to follow up some less restrictive medication guidelines as may be suggested in these rules, and then also look at Wyoming Downs's. Would that be a follow-up potentially to that?
We're in the process.
Okay.
Yep.
So the roll call, we'll do a roll call if you're voting in favor
Of
we'll
striking.
remove or striking the language. Vice President Broussard.
Yes, I'm present.
President Broussard, yes. Vice President Cavello.
Aye.
Commissioner Schiffer.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cura.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Thank you. We will strike section 33.
Charlie, do we need a motion, or do we just want to give staff the impetus to review the new information and come with another section 33?
That would be totally up to you all. If you want a formal action, do it in a motion. If you're fine with just instructing us, we'll come back, we'll work with Mr. True and anybody else to look at that language, and then we will plan on being over in Torrington area to visit with the individual that's going to be in town. I apologize, forgot his name already. Thank you.
Okay.
And get that back to you as soon as we can.
Does anybody have an opinion of the direction? Do we want to make a motion or do we want to just advise? Ask staff to, okay, well, let's entertain a motion to, Charlie, help me out here, to proceed with.
Mr. President, I would make a motion that we direct staff to come back with medication and testing procedures a little bit less restrictive and in conjunction with some of the folks interested in doing this event.
We have a second? Do we have a second?
Sure, second.
Need some discussion? Anyone on Zoom would like to chime in? Jack, you have the floor.
Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing. I would like to offer myself up to be a part of any of those discussions. I mean, we currently have a PRCA sanctioned event taking place at the races this year. So I would, as much as I can offer myself up for the people that I know in that end of it, I'm happy to do so. But again, the quicker we almost figure this out too, we could have wagering this year at the races on that event, so.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks.
Somebody has his name written down? Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes, President Broussard, this is Commissioner Rittaller.
You have it. You have the floor.
And I think I know what Jack's saying there. I was wondering if it'd be a possibility to have some stock contractors that actually make a living doing this. To kind of have some of their input, or is that something you would not like to have?
From my point of view, I think it makes sense. I just don't know any.
Okay, well, I think just had one that said he's going to have a rodeo at his horse races. It'd be the same one. They have a big deal at the Camplex at New Year's Eve and different things. Those are all PRCA sanctioned. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, if not, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion as presented, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. No nays. Are we good with that? If we limit it to under an hour? All right, go ahead, Charlie. It's all you.
President Bouchard, commissioners, on our second draft, I think it was, we added the rodeo participants being denied the ability to wager. We've had discussions with stakeholders that would like to see the participants be able to wager. And we've had discussions in commission meetings, and I think my kind of read on it was a little back and forth. Some commissioners felt like they should be able to, and some felt like they shouldn't. We as staff don't have a great big skin in the game, one way or the other. Just one thing that I would point out, and again, it goes back to comparing rodeo to racing and the comments being made that they're different. They are. But one thing I would like the commissioners to at least consider is that the Gaming Commission, we don't just regulate rodeo and horse racing. We regulate all wagering. And if you consider, for instance, sports wagering, all professional organizations that I'm aware of prohibit their participants from wagering on their events. It's an integrity thing. And it does call into question, not saying it's going to happen or would happen or wouldn't happen, but it does call into question, is a participant throwing an event specifically for a wager? And the only way to take that out of the equation is to prohibit them, like all other professional sports, from wagering. In discussions, one possible solution we came up with to kind of quell both sides is don't allow participants to wager in the event for which they're entered. If a barrel racer wants to wager on bull riding or any of the other events, they absolutely have no way of changing the outcome, but they could in the barrel race. So that is one option you guys could think of or think about.
Michael, we're specifically talking about section 32. Is that where we're at?
Yes, sir. I apologize. That's under section 32, lines 22 through 24.
Yep, perfect. All right. Do we want to have any questions at this point, or do we want to make a motion one way or the other, commissioners? Okay. Anybody have an opinion?
President Broussard, we also heard testimony from Senator Driscoll, as you recall, that he felt like we probably should do something in it. I don't know if he's still on the line or not. Is he?
Well, at this point, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the changes in section 32, corrupt practices.
President Broussard, what changes were those? Was it the recommendation that staff gave to allow them to bet except in their own event? Is that the changes you're speaking of?
Yes, Michael, do you want to read verbatim the rule change?
President Broussard, that change hasn't been made in here. Right now, they're strictly prohibited. That was just a suggestion if you wanted to consider a different option, but there's no specific language for that right now.
I personally like that option. Any other comment?
President Broussard, I agree with that. That's typical when it comes to regulating gaming or any type of event like that.
Okay. So we're kind of in a standstill. So do we want to table this until you make those changes? And then we can read them and then make a motion to adopt them at a further date, or? Those are not in the.
So as I understand the discussion, the alternative language, which was to restrict wagering, they would only be restricted from wagering on events they're participating in. Is that correct? So
Yes.
the commission, you would like us to bring that alternative language to you in the next draft, along with what we have here. And then you can make those decisions and have those black and white and crystal for you.
So basically,
is that what you'd like
on
to
line
have?
D, just add on an event they're entered in. Am I?
If you'd like to have a motion, instructing us to do so.
Yeah. Can we amend it now and just amend it and do it? Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So you're talking, you'd like to entertain a motion to replace the language on page 25, lines 22, 23, and 24 with the alternative suggestion that Mr. Steinberg had, which if you would repeat that for the commissioners, what you proposed.
Well, number 22 kind of has it. Number 20, I was looking specifically at 22. to add language that says in an event they're participating in. And I haven't looked at 23.
President Bouchard, if
Yeah,
I
go
could
ahead.
make a suggestion that might make it easy, if we changed line 22 to read, no rodeo contestant participating in a parimutuel event shall place a wager in which they are entered into. And then you could strike, I believe, you might be able to strike the
23 completely.
23 and 24.
It's redundant. I like that. So do we have a motion stating that?
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I move that we ratify language that says no roper or rider shall place a wager on any event that he is participating in.
So rodeo, no rodeo
Well,
participant.
it says roper or rider is what
But
I'm reading.
we'd change that to no rodeo.
Yes, President Bouchard and Commissioner Schiffer, we had originally when this red line was put in, we did not have the definition rodeo contestant, which covered everybody. Now we have a definition of rodeo contestant.
Let me restate it then. So no rodeo contestant shall place a wager on a pari-mutuel event in which he or she is participating in. How about that?
Perfect. Do we, second? Any discussion? Anybody
have a-
on Zoom?
I have a
Oh,
question.
Sandy?
I guess the question is the terms participate and entered. So do we make it entered? So if I'm entered and then I scratch, can I vote because I have, or can I bet because I haven't participated? Or if yeah, so that's my question of the word participate and the word entered. Maybe some discussion on that.
Jack, you have the floor.
I would just add, participate in an event, is that specific to the steer wrestling event in itself, and then you can still bet on the bronc riding?
Yes.
Or is it the whole rodeo event? So,
In that event.
okay.
You can't vote.
But that doesn't mean the rodeo he's participating in. That may need specified, that's all I'm saying.
Excuse me. I think we do need to
The
make that more
specific event
specific.
he's entered in.
The individual event potentially, or we can wordsmith that for you. But I
Thank you.
also, would it be wise for the event day?
No, sir, I can't because I don't know where we're at with the change.
So if I can maybe try, so no rodeo contestant can wager on the specific event they're entered in a parimutuel, a specific parimutuel event they're entered in. Oh. Go ahead, Mr. Frank.
There it is. Mr. President, gosh, you guys are getting close, you know? I was thinking about the same thing that Mike brought up, but one little addition to that. And if, I guess we go, I'm comparing back to racing, but you know, a jockey can bet on his own horse through the owner or trainer. Agreed? Sure. And so you certainly wouldn't want a steer wrestler betting against himself, saying, okay, I'm going to bet on Jack here, you know, because, and then, you know, and I'm going after him. So I know if I do this or that, he'll win and I won't, and I'll make the wager. But back to Commissioner Cavello's point, they've already bet. when they put up their entry fee, which is different from horse racing. Jockeys don't put up entry fees. They're employees of the owner or trainer and get on the horses. So little different scenario there. So they've already made a wager, but I would certainly say that they could not bet against themselves in that event. But if they feel confident in themselves and they want to bet on themselves, why not? And another little piece of this is the technology that we haven't even gotten into. I mean, when all the horse racing rules were written, the only way to make a bet was to walk up to the window and put your money down. And everybody could see you. So if a jock walks up there in his silks and his white pants, you know he's not supposed to do that. But nowadays, his wife might have an account with TVG or whatever. So we can have all these rules against jockeys betting, but are they betting? I don't know. I would imagine so. And so, there's ways around that now. So, but at any rate, I think the right thing to do would be to make sure that they do not bet against themselves in their event. And I think that would be a reasonable compromise here.
Thank you, Frank. All right, go ahead.
I have a question about the logistics of that. How is it regulated that that a person can't bet against? I mean, how does that work? Is it possible to make that work? Can you restrict how someone bets? Do the people? Yeah, I don't know.
Mr. President, Representative Newsom, yeah, that goes back to what I was just saying. We know that people are breaking the rules. We're pretty sure, but how do we regulate that? I hate seeing rules that you can't enforce. Now, if a jockey walks up to a window, like I said, in his silks and his white pants, well, we know he's breaking the rules, and the investigator can do what he needs to do, and the stewards can do what they need to do. But in this day and age, with the technology that we have, it's very difficult to enforce some of these things. So that's why I say, there's no sense in making rules that you can't enforce. But I think you're going down the right track. So if someone's obviously betting against themselves or whatever your rules are, and you can catch them at it, in whatever way, maybe there'll be some technology to where they can catch them at it, or maybe they're silly enough to open up the account in their name, which has happened in horse racing. I mean, they've caught jockeys betting because they open up an account in their own name. I mean, of course, they're not real, well, I shouldn't say that they're not very bright, but some of them aren't. So this goes out all over the world, and I just said that. But at any rate, yeah, it's a good question, and I don't think you can regulate it completely.
Thank you. Yes, Randy.
I just have to add something. Just because that it's hard to regulate it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to regulate it. I mean, it's a perception. We're supposed to be looking out for the safety and welfare and wagering public. And if we don't try, then I understand that people are going to try to get away with it. We actually have caught jockeys betting in lines that weren't dressed, that just came and went to the races and started betting. So, but just because it is hard doesn't mean that it shouldn't be enrolled, that we don't allow it, because at that point they can, just in racing, it can be race fixing, and it can do the same thing there. And the perception to the public to know that they're being protected in their wagering rights, I think is important. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Brandy. Nick, go ahead.
Mr. True's got his hand up as well.
Okay, Mr. True, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'll try to be brief again. It's difficult to do the wordsmithing in this environment, in this setting, of course, but I would ask the question, if we're preventing wagering by a rodeo participant in the event, I might try to specify the wagering pools, because the way we talked about doing large roping events is there's going to be multiple heats of 15 ropers. And so if a roper is in heat 1, can he then not wager on the other 14 heats in which he's not roping? If you follow my meaning, there's separate pools for each of those sets of 15 ropers. And so again, not trying to wordsmith it too much in this setting, I would strongly encourage an opportunity to have the stakeholders and staff get in a less formal environment and talk through some of this wordsmithing effort, because I think there's a lot of points that are being missed here.
So Jeff,
Thank you.
Jeff, if the words we used were, you cannot bet against yourself, that would satisfy that, because he wouldn't
I could go for that, yes. And I think that solves the problem more importantly.
Yeah. Okay.
What's that definition?
Is it more than 120 characters? Can we get a?
Not a legit tweet.
Yeah, it's not a tweet. We can't tweet this out.
President Bouchard, commissioners, I would tend to agree more with Mr. True's last assessment, or what he just said, that it may be best for us to sit down with the stakeholders and just hammer out a good, rather than trying to do it here. Give us all some time to sit down and come up with as close to as perfect as we can.
Okay. So unfortunately, we have a motion and a second. So we have to either vote it down. Okay. Do you want to who had the other option is, I think we can withdraw the motion, I think, if we want to. If that's the.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, we withdraw now. So we'll just suggest. Go ahead, Nick. Oh, Mr. True, you have.
I'm not the official Robert's Rules of Order guy, but having done it a lot and competitively at some point in my life, you can table an active motion.
Okay.
As long as it's agreeable to the motion maker.
Okay.
That's my understanding. You don't have to vote it up or down. You can table a motion.
My guess is when we come back to this, the words will be completely different. So I think if we just withdraw the motion, we'll have a whole new motion later. So there's no need to vote, I guess. All right. We beat that up pretty good. But I think we made great progress. We're a lot further along than we were earlier today. May seem like a setback, but I don't think so. All right.
We withdrew the motion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I'm asking that because I know that Sarah Beth is, we didn't have mics turned on for part of that.
Okay.
So. I'd like to say thank you very much, commissioners. We've covered quite a bit of ground here, actually. And I think we've had a lot of things that have come out that's in discussed. So thank you for that. It's given us a tremendous amount of guidance. I know it was a little herky-jerky there for a bit, but we're getting there.
I know we want to move on, but I think I'm looking at a few people squirming in their chair. Should we take a 5 minute? 5 minute? All right. It's 2:38, somewhere around 2:43. 2:43.
We'll take a break for 5 minutes. President Broussard, shall we do a quick roll call to make sure everybody's on? President Broussard.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Covello.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Schiffer. Here. Commissioner Rithaler.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cura. He's here. Commissioner Francisco.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. So we have completed
Yeah, item number 6.
the rodeo rules. We're now moving on to item 6, rules B, off-track betting location discussion and rules. At the November 16th meeting, 2022, a motion was made by Commissioner Rithaler and seconded by Commissioner Berry to direct staff to draft rules pertaining to off-track betting HHR locations. Motion carried. Item 6B and item 6C, after this meeting, will continue forward as one project. We are currently pulling the information together from jurisdictions for comparative options. As I did in the last meeting, I have here a list of some of the items that we're looking at, but not limited to. We're going to review and articulate in rules the designated areas. Again, we're going to review and articulate in rules the video surveillance, look at the increasing of the bonding with jackpots in excess of $500,000. Feel like there may be, at least we need to have that discussion on bonding. Minimum number of mutual employees at an OTB location. Review the auditing and reporting procedures. Also look at continuing education. We had found at a few of our locations, the individuals didn't really understand the product. Responsible gambling requirements, minimum and maximum number of HHR terminals to qualify, minimum number of simulcast offerings each day per location. And by the way, a couple of these here are typically jurisdiction, across jurisdictions, they have a lot of these requirements in place. Expanding on maybe the Horseman's Agreement, looking into that. Reviewing the feasibility studies that have been submitted and basically auditing those studies to see if they're accurate and continue to monitor those. Then continuing on, operators' general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the operators' general benefit to the Wyoming horse racing industry, and then looking at cannibalization of other viable wagering activities with the historic racing. Saturation levels, we're also doing a study, and we're currently in the middle of that, looking at different communities on the saturation level. What we're finding is we have a lot of approved terminals that are not in use, but we're still expanding locations and exploring those. And then finally, exploring options with local municipalities, affording additional input in the approval process. Again, you know, with staff, we will be reviewing the processes moving forward and have discussions and hopefully bring a combined document forward to you. I think that what the commission wants to look at and will discuss in the future will be looking at responsible, measured, and a calculated and respectful growth of the historic racing industry in each community. You know, the commission does have the authority to grant or deny a location, but we need to have good involvement and look at that. I did provide to you, commissioners, and I think the majority of you have had an opportunity to read it. There's an article that I provided called "The Legal Status of Gaming and Its Impact on Licensing." We don't need to read this thing. It's several pages. It's a very good article. It's relative, probably even more so today than it was back in 1995 when this article was put out, talking about gaming and the different activities that come along with gaming and or gambling. It's a privilege. It's not a right. It is a privilege, and it's been litigated to that effect as well. And so we will continue to monitor this In your packets, commissioners, you have the historic racing locations and terminal counts statewide in there as well for you to see, but looking forward to bringing that product together and then hopefully working on this over the next several months. If there's no questions from you all at this point on this item or from the public, commissioners, would you like me to move on to C, which is just an update? I'm sensing that that's what you'd like to do. Item 6C, historic racing and technical specifications. As I'd mentioned earlier, March 8th, 2023, the Association of Racing Commissioners International adopted the Model Rules Committee approved the Louisiana Racing Commission's historic racing rules and the Wyoming Gaming Commission proposed historic racing technical specifications. Just as a side note on those technical specifications, we put those out to the vendors, and we only received comments back from Exacta Systems on them, and it really wasn't a lot. It's 2 pages of some of their concerns with these. It's very minimal, and it's more just some of the grammar and different things that need to be corrected. That happened all March 8th. The Model Rules Committee adopted those rules on March 9th. The Association of Racing Commissioners International Board of Directors approved the Model Rules Committee request to adopt the above referenced rules. So we will look at those and pull those documents together, blend that with the project in the previous that I talked about, 6B, and come up with a product that will be Wyoming specific. Complete disclosure, I suppose, is I'm on the board of directors and have been for several years with the ARCI, and I recused myself in voting at that point because those were our technical standards. So, and they passed anyway. Moving on. Okay, thank you. Item 6D, bingo and pull tab rules. At this point, we're still trying to get those crafted in a final version for you. So no action there. Item 7A, commissioners, if you'd like us to move on, I will turn that over to Mr. Laramende to present the remainder of our packet.
Are we on item 7?
Excuse me, 7A. Yeah.
Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Broussard, members of the commission. Item number 7A is 7A. As soon as I can scroll down all the way. I'm getting there, sorry. Item 7A is a request submitted by Wyoming Downs for new HHR vendor request, Grover Gaming's 12 themes and 7 associated math models. In your packet, you'll see the written request, the license jurisdictions that Grover Gaming is licensed in, as well as terminal specs. And then on 12/19/2022, the Wyoming Gaming Commission received a request from Wyoming Downs seeking approval to deploy 12 new Grover game themes and their 7 associated math models utilizing a new Grover backend system. The themes are Bourbon Street Dice, Captain Calamari, Classic Heat, The Curious Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Great American Buffalo, Great American Racing, Kiss Me, I'm Irish, Midnight Wolf, Piggy's Big Brank, Princess of the Nile, Super Oil Rush, and VIP Lounge. All themes operate on a commission rate of between 7.48 and 7.5%. On January 4th, 2022, I reviewed all the submitted paperwork, including screenshots, video of gameplay, all associated lab reports, theme and math model spec sheets. I noted that the original submission, which you will have in your packet, included a theme named Casino Keno. The theme displayed a Keno-style game. I spoke with representatives from Wyoming Downs regarding that theme and the nature of that theme, and with that, Wyoming Downs requested that that theme be removed.
And then an independent laboratory found that the Grover HHR system software is compliant with the requirements set forth in the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming State Statute for parimutuel wagering. The commission has had access to a Grover terminal in-house for approximately 10 months. The TRPB, who is the third-party auditor of all things parimutuel wagering for the commission, reviewed their reporting protocols and did not note any areas of concern. The laboratory determined that the results of historical thoroughbred races compared against a player's selections are the only determining factor in the outcome of a player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks evaluated against the results of the historical horse race. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices. The submitted request is similar to others approved for use in Wyoming and appears to be compliant when compared to the 18-point compliance checklist. I would stand for any questions on this, and I know we have people in the room that can answer any other questions as well if you have any.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, at this point, do we have questions for Nick before we entertain a motion? None? Okay, let's, Cactus, you want to make a motion or you want to have a question?
No, I didn't have a question. I'd like to move that we approve this, the new HHR vendor request, the Grover Games 12 themes and 7 math models.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Do we have any discussion in the Zoom, folks? Nope. Hearing no discussion, we'll call the vote. All in favor?
I would recommend a roll call vote since we have one
Okay,
online.
sure.
Go ahead. President Broussard.
Here, I vote yes. Forgot what I'm doing.
Vice President Novello.
I'm here and I'm voting yes too.
Commissioner Schiffer. Thank you. Commissioner Rithaler.
I'm in my kitchen, but I vote yes.
Commissioner Cura. Yes. Commissioner Francisco. Commissioner Francisco. Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on.
Nick?
Item number 7B, please.
President Broussard, members of the commission. Item number 7B is a request from Wyoming Downs for a new OTB location located at 51 I-25 Service Road in Cheyenne, Wyoming. On February 14th, 2023, the commission received a request regarding the potential opening of a new OTB location in Cheyenne, Wyoming, located at 51 I-25 Service Road, Cheyenne 82007. Included in the request was a letter requesting inclusion to the upcoming commission meeting, Laramie County Commissioner's resolution, photos of the interior and exterior of the premises, rendered drawings of terminal placements, an amended simulcast permit with the inclusion of the new location, financial statements, a feasibility study, and a lease agreement. The host facility license and fingerprints would be submitted to the commission upon approval of this location. The request shows that Wyoming Downs would be offering off-track wagering, historic horse racing terminals, and the possibility of food and beverages. The site plan with the HHR location shows that it would be covered by multiple angles of surveillance. And it also shows the location of 126 proposed HHR terminals. The proposed plans show the simulcast area, the IT room, and the offices. I reviewed the submission and made the following notes. The operation plan states that the Cheyenne site would offer 126 terminals and simulcast wagering. United Tote would be the tote provider. Hours of operation would be from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily. The site would employ full-time site manager, and all employees would be required to obtain gaming licenses from the commission prior to employment. The Cheyenne OTB would commingle HHR wagering pools where applicable. Laramie County
Resolution 230207-14 was passed on February 7th, 2023 by Laramie County Commissioners. Wyoming Downs has been operating in Laramie County for numerous years. Their current locations offer simulcasting and HHR. One is in a sublease space and the other two are standalone OTBs. The additional Cheyenne location will offer simulcasting and HHR and is located near the Colorado-Wyoming border outside of city limits. Chapter 10 of the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules govern simulcasting within the state. Chapter 10, Section E states, the commission shall use the following decisional criteria in the approval or disapproval of an application for simulcast operations. The operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming's horse racing industry, the operator's integrity, individual and corporate conduct, criminal history, betting and gaming industry conduct, the operator's credibility, the accuracy of the feasibility study, experience and expertise of the operator in the simulcasting industry. Wyoming Downs has met these criteria for their current operations. The submitted request is similar to other new location submissions. The location will employ full-time licensed staff. County approval has been granted. And as I noted before, if approved, the host facility would need to complete fingerprints and a host facility application prior to opening. And I would stand for any questions on this one as well.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions before we entertain a motion?
Mr. President, just out of curiosity, what was this before?
It's called the Senator Steakhouse.
Okay.
The Terry Bison Ranch.
Okay. No.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve, commissioners? How about someone on Zoom?
President Broussard? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I would so move.
Thank you.
I'm not going to recite it all, though.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Thank you, Dick. Any discussion? Any questions? Any questions on Zoom? Any questions in the gallery? If not, then I will call the vote. Do we want to do a roll call or do we want to just listen?
Yeah, we should. Vice President Broussard.
President Broussard.
Yes.
President Broussard, excuse me.
Yes.
Vice President Cavella.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Schiffer. Yes. Commissioner Rittenholler.
Yes.
Sakura. Yes. Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nick, are you ready for item 8A? Or is that somebody else?
President Broussard, item number 8A is a request received from Wyoming Horse Racing requesting the addition of 12 new game themes and their associated math models developed by a new vendor, Castle Hill Gaming. On 7/22/2022, the commission received the request seeking approval to deploy 12 new Castle Hill game themes and their 3 associated math models and equipment utilizing the new Castle Hill back-end system. That's my own terms, just those aren't technical terms, those are my terms. The themes are BetMax Win Stacks, American Made, Golden Penny, Neon Cherry, 10,000 Gems Winners Edition, 10,000 Rubies Winners Edition, Amazing Cash Winners Edition, Hot New Cash Winners Edition, Amazing Cash Winners Edition, M176, Hot New Cash Winners Edition, M176, Genie's Gems Winners Edition, M176, Lucky Bunny Winners Edition, M176. All themes operate on a commission rate between 3 and 12%. From July 12th, 2022 through February 1st, 2023, I reviewed all the submitted paperwork, including screenshots, videos of gameplay, all associated lab reports, theme and math model spec sheets. These ones are a little different. They're utilizing a retro style cabinet, which was made available to us in our office. They're mechanical reel Pretty sharp looking cabinets, really. An independent laboratory has found that the Castle Hill HHR software and system is compliant with the requirements set forth in the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming statute for parimutuel wagering. The commission has also had access to the Castle Hill terminals in-house, and representatives from Castle Hill came to the commission office to demonstrate the cabinets and the reporting as well. The TRPB, as well as commission accounting, has reviewed the reporting protocols and did not note any areas of concern. The laboratory further determined that the results of historical thoroughbred races compared against the player's selection are the only determining factor in the outcome of a player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks evaluated against the results of the historical race. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices. This request is similar to others approved for use in Wyoming and appears to be in compliance when compared to the 18-point compliance checklist. I would stand for any questions on this, and I know that there's somebody in the room that can as well.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so we'll entertain a motion if anybody so desires.
Mr. President, I would move to approve the new HHR vendor request for Castle Hill Gaming, 12 themes and 3 math models.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll open for discussion. Anyone would like to ask questions, make comments regarding item 8? Anyone on Zoom? No hands? Okay, well, then we'll call the question. All in favor of?
Roll call.
Okay.
President Broussard,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Cavallo,
Yes.
Commissioner Schiffer,
Yes.
Commissioner Ritholland,
Yes.
Commissioner Kura. Yes. Commissioner Francisco. Commissioner Francisco. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
All right. Item number 9, Alpha.
President Broussard, item number 9I is a request received January 21st, 2023 from 307 Horse Racing, seeking approval to deploy 6 new game themes and 3 new math models and associated hardware developed by Every. Every is licensed in Wyoming as a terminal manufacturer in good standing. Every themes operate on the already approved Exacta backend system. Therefore, the reporting, handicapping, and overall gameplay is similar to that what 307 Horse Racing already operates. The themes are Blazing Crowns, Electric Diamonds, Patriot Extra Spin, Wild Gems Extra Spin, Emperor Tree, and Emperor's Frog. All these themes operate on commission rates between 1.59% and 12.49%. On February 24th, 23, I reviewed all the submitted paperwork, including screenshots, video of gameplay, all associated lab reports, theme and math model specification sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the Every HHR software is compliant with the requirements set forth in the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming statutes for parimutuel wagering. The laboratory also determined that the results of the historical thoroughbred race compared against the player's selections are the only determining factor in the outcome of a player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks evaluated against the results of the historical horse race. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices. This request is similar to others approved for use in Wyoming and appears to be in compliance when compared to the 18-point checklist. Included in your packet as well with all of these are the requests, and you should also have screenshots of the themes if you're interested in looking at those. And I would stand for any question on this one.
Thank you, Nick. Okay. At this point, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. President, I so move that we approve the Every software or the AGS software.
Every.
Thank you, Dick. Every software HHR. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. you have any questions, comments? Anything, any hands on Zoom? Nope. Okay, at this point, we'll call the roll call vote.
President Broussard.
Here.
Vice President Cavella.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiffer. Yes. Commissioner Rittenhour.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Carries. Thank you.
Okay. It's you again, Nick.
President Broussard, item number 9B is a request received on January 26, 2023. The Wyoming Gaming Commission received a request from 307 Horse Racing seeking approval to deploy 5 new AGS game themes and their associated math models utilizing the existing approved Exacta backend system. The themes are 8X Crystal Bells, Mega Diamond HHR, King of Rubies HHR, Platinum 8x8x8 by HHR, Queen of the Emeralds HHR. On February 23rd, 2022, I reviewed all the submitted paperwork, including screenshots, videos of gameplay, associated lab reports, theme and math model specification sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the AGS HHR software is compliant with the requirements set forth in the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming statutes for parimutuel wagering. The laboratory also determined that the results of a historical thoroughbred races compared against a player's selections are the only determining factor in the outcome of a player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks, evaluated against the results of the historical horse race. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices. This request is similar to others approved for use in Wyoming and appears to be in compliance when compared to the 18-point compliance checklist. And I would stand for any questions on this one as well.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
President Broussard,
Yes.
I would move to approve 307's AGS software.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We'll open up for comments. Any comments or questions for Nick or for 307? No. Hearing none, we will call the roll call vote.
President Broussard.
Aye.
Vice President Cavella.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiffer. Yes. Commissioner Rittenhour.
Yes.
Commissioner Cura.
Yes.
Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. You need a break, Nick, or good to go?
I'm good to go.
All right.
President Broussard, item number 9C is a request received by the Commission from 307 Horse Racing on January 22nd, 2023. The request is approval to deploy 5 new IGT systems, game themes, and their associated math models and hardware utilizing the existing approved Exacta backend system. The themes are, oh boy.
That's an interesting.
You make of that.
8-time Crystal Bell.
What?
Begins with an H.
Starts with an H, Cash Eruption, Magic Gong, Queenie, Samurai 888, Takeo, and Texas T Strike It Rich. All themes operate on a commission rate of between 4 and 10%. On February 24th, 2022, I reviewed all the submitted paperwork, including screenshots, video of gameplay, associated lab reports, game theme and math model spec sheets. An independent laboratory has found that the IGT HHR software is compliant with the requirements set forth in the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules and Wyoming state statutes for parimutuel wagering. The laboratory also determined that the results of a historical thoroughbred race compared against a player's selections are the only determining factor in the outcome of a player's wager. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks evaluated against the results of the historical horse race. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices. This request is similar to others approved for use in Wyoming and appears to be in compliance when compared to the 18-point compliance checklist. And I would stand for any questions on this one as well.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open it up for motion. Anybody like to make a motion?
President Broussard, I move that we approved the deployment of 5 new IGT system game things and their associated math model and hardware utilizing that system.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll open up for discussion. Excuse me. Take over a second.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye by roll call.
President Broussard,
Aye.
Vice President Cavello,
Aye.
Commissioner Schiffer,
Yes.
Commissioner Rithaler,
Aye.
Commissioner Cura, Commissioner Francisco,
Aye.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, Nick, echo.
President Broussard, item number, David, you mean?
Oh, sorry, yeah, David.
Okay.
Delta. I was getting ahead.
Item number 9D is a request received from 307 Horse Racing on February 10th, 2023. Requesting the possibility of opening a new potential OTB at 1793 Murfield Court in Douglas, Wyoming. Along with the request, we received a letter requesting the new location, the operational plan, updated simulcast permits for 2022 and 2023, operator financial and feasibility study, render drawings of floor plan, Converse County Resolution 20-22 granting county approval, the lease agreement, and a host facility application. All of the documents are attached to the report. 307 Horse Racing requests approval to open an OTB located at Ranahan Steakhouse at 1793 Murfield Court in Douglas, Wyoming. This facility will offer alcohol sales and restaurant, similar to the previously approved 307 locations in Casper, the Pump Room, and Kagan Cork. This location is slated for 50 HHR terminals. Converse County Commission approval has been obtained. The site plan with the HHRT locations shows the location of the 50 proposed HHR terminals. Resolution 2022 authorized 307 Horse Racing to conduct parimutuel wagering, historic horse racing, and simulcast events within Converse County at the permitted premises. This resolution is good for 5 years and must be renewed 60 days prior to the expiration of the resolution. 307 Horse Racing has provided all of the required documentation, and the request is consistent with other submissions. Additionally, 307 Horse Racing holds a permit to offer parimutuel wagering in the state of Wyoming and remains in good standing. Chapter 10 of the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules governs simulcasting within the state. Chapter 10, Section E states the commission shall use the following decisional criteria in the approval or disapproval of an application for simulcast operations: the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming's horse racing industry, the operator's integrity, individual and corporate conduct, criminal history, betting and gaming industry conduct, the operator's credibility, the accuracy of the feasibility study, experience and expertise of the operator in the simulcast industry. 307 Horse Racing has met this criteria for their current operations. The submitted request is similar to other new location submissions, and I would stand for any questions on this one as well.
Thank you, Nick. Is this a standalone? You guys have the whole building?
President Broussard, yes.
Okay, thank you. And what was it before?
It was Ranahan Steakhouse.
Okay, so all the steakhouses.
It'll still be a steakhouse. It'll just be called a Derby Club.
Okay.
So all the employees and management are staying on. Restaurants staying where it is. We're just taking up part of the space in the facility for gaming activity in the back that's kind of segregated, similar to how we did it at the Pump Room.
Thank you. At this moment, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. President, I would move to approve the new OTB location at 1793 Muirfield in Douglas for 307 horse racing.
Thank you. Do we have a
Second.
second? Any comments from the commission? Any questions from the commission to 307? Anyone on Zoom that would like to ask a question? Nope. Okay, you guys want to add anything else? Okay, at this moment, we'll do a roll call vote.
President Broussard,
Yes.
Vice President Cavello.
Yes.
Commissioner Schiffer.
Yes.
Commissioner Rithaler.
Yes.
Commissioner Cura.
Yes.
Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Yes.
We have passed, excuse me.
You need a break? Last one. All right, drive on.
Good to go. President Broussard, item number 9E is a request received from 307 Horse Racing on February 10th, 2023, regarding the potential opening of a new OTB at 1409 West Main Street in Riverton. Along with the request, the commission received the formal letter requesting the new location, the operational plan, updated simulcast permits for 2022 and 2023, financial statements and feasibility study, rendered drawings, Fremont County Resolution 2020-22 granting county approval, and a lease agreement with the building owner Backstretch LLC, as well as the host facility application. 307 Horse Racing is requesting the approval to open an OTB located in the Starting Gate Bar and Grill at 1409 West Main Street in Riverton, Wyoming. This facility will offer alcohol sales and restaurant, and it's my understanding that is operated by the lessor. The location is slated for 58 HHR terminals. Fremont County Commission approval has been obtained. Let's see here. Resolution 20-22 authorized 307 Horse Racing to conduct parimutuel wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, simulcast, and rodeo events within Fremont County. 307 Horse Racing shall provide an annual report to the Fremont County Commissioners. 307 Horse Racing has provided all of the required documentation, and the request is consistent with other submissions. Additionally, 307 Horse Racing holds a permit to offer parimutuel wagering on simulcast events in the state of Wyoming and remains in good standing. Chapter 10 of the Wyoming Gaming Commission rules governs simulcasting within the state. Chapter 10, Section E states, the commission shall use the following decisional criteria in the approval or disapproval of an application for simulcast operations: the operator's general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the general benefit to the state of Wyoming's horse racing industry, the operator's integrity, individual and corporate conduct, criminal history, betting and gaming industry conduct, the operator's credibility, accuracy of the feasibility studies, experience and expertise of the operator in the simulcast industry. 307 Horse Racing has met this criteria for their current operations. The submitted request is similar to other new location submissions, and I would stand for any questions on that.
Thank you, Nick. I know that's a lot of work.
President Broussard, if I
Yes.
may, because as I'm reading through these, we've been very busy and I've been stretched very thin.
Sure.
And I've noticed, I just want to clarify something to you also, you're all aware. Every local entity was also notified. I just didn't write that in my summary this time.
Okay.
So PDs, cities, they've all been notified. None of them had any areas of concern. And in all three of these locations, one of our agents was in them and did a walkthrough prior to this coming before you as well. And no areas were noted there as well. Just wanted to clarify that so it didn't look like I skipped any steps or shortchanged anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. You guys want to add something before we make a motion? No? All right. At this point, we'll entertain a motion. Anybody on Zoom wants to give it a shot?
President Broussard, I would make a motion to approve the OTB location on 1409 West Main Street, Riverton, Wyoming for 307 horse racing.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Dick, thank you. Do we have comments? Questions? Dan?
Sorry, 307, do you all have any interest in Backstretch, the Backstretch LLC?
President Davis, Commissioner Schiffer, we do not.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions? Nick, you have one?
I do have somebody online that's raised their hand.
Len,
I will move them over now.
thank you. Who do we have?
Mr. Goggles?
Yes. Mhm.
Sorry, can you let them know they have the floor? I don't.
Lloyd, you have the floor.
Going once?
Let's give him a minute if we can.
Okay.
President Broussard, if I may, I know that if it's Lloyd Goggles, he's the chairman of the Northern Apple Business Council.
Okay, thank you.
Is everyone able to hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I was having some technical difficulties with the Zoom. It changed me over as a panelist. I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank you all members of the Wyoming Gaming Commission for giving me a little bit of your time today to speak on behalf of the Northern Arapaho Tribe, which I'm the chairman of. I want to start off by saying that that the tribal gaming has been very beneficial to the tribe, as well as the residents in the community, as well as the outland communities, in various forms of housing, food, and in general livelihood. And with that, along with the proposed OTB location at 1409 West Main Street in Riverton, Wyoming, there isn't a lot of people within the tribe who realize the ramifications that will arise from this organization being in direct conflict, so to say, with the tribe's interest in the gaming industry. So I feel very fortunate to be here to be able to speak on their behalf, because this affects a lot of different residents, enrolled members, as well as non-members who are, employed there. They, aside from the entertainment value that's, very limited in Fremont County, as well as the other offerings that that the three casino facilities have, that is believed to, it will impact us. And so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen of the Gaming Commission, to add on to the potential financial harm, the tribe also has some jurisdictional concerns about the proposed facility. I'll reiterate, at 1409 West Main Street in Riverton, Wyoming. And the tribe has reached out to the National Indian Gaming Commission for a federal review of gaming jurisdiction over the proposed location. The tribe is seeking location to ensure the compliance with the federal law, and respectfully request that the Wyoming Gaming Commission tables the consideration of this proposed facility until a jurisdictional review will be able to be get completed. I appreciate your time and consideration in this and allow me to speak on behalf of the tribe as well as the community. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thanks for your input. Cactus, you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. President. Nick, were you informed of any jurisdictional problems by either the county or the city?
I was not. The county assessor's office shows that this location is within the city limits of Riverton and outside of tribal lands.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Daniel.
I'm not trying to steal your thunder. Can 307 enlighten us what this issue is?
President Broussard, Commissioner Schiffer, I don't know about any jurisdictional issue. It was something that I talked with Special Agent Laramendi about prior to us filing the application. Because it's in the city limits of Riverton, in terms of my independent research, I didn't see anything that indicated there was a jurisdictional issue, given that it's within the city limits of Riverton. I know there was a Supreme Court case, United States Supreme Court case about that at one point, where Riverton fell related to the tribal jurisdiction, but I'm not individually or personally, nor is our organization, aware of any jurisdictional issue. As far as opening this location in Riverton, you know, our organization is aware of the fact that the tribe has a full-blown casino in the area. Our perspective is that we're taking a somewhat substantial business risk, even attempting to partner with a local bar and restaurant to do this, which is part of why we're leasing the location as opposed to it being traditionally how we do it, where we have the whole thing. Because we don't know, I mean, we believe that this is a unique sort of niche offering because it's co-located with a local bar and restaurant. It's designed to serve locals in Riverton as opposed to tourist traffic. We don't have card games, we don't have table games, we don't have slots, we have HHR machines and that's it. And, you know, we don't have a hotel, we're not trafficking to try to get people to come to the facility. This is designed in part because folks in Fremont County and the city of Riverton want the tax revenue from these locations. And so I understand that there's a balance of interests here related to the tribe and at the same time related to the county and the city and their ability to get some tax revenue from these locations. We're certainly not opening a 1,000 location facility or anything like that. There have been other HHR facilities in Fremont County and in Riverton that have been permitted that failed for whatever reason that they failed. We think if you look at the nature of this facility, it's a first-class facility, it's nice. It's called the Starting Gate. The owner tried to design it with the idea that they could attract an HHR facility because it's themed around horse racing. And, you know, I did watch during the legislative session discussion around the bill related to state lands, specifically for the tribes to have a facility on the border of Colorado competitive with what Wyoming Horse Racing and Wyoming Downs have done. And without getting into the nature of that, I remember seeing in the testimony from the representatives from the Northern Arapaho tribe that they didn't believe HHR was a competitive product with full-blown casino operation. And that's in the record of the Wyoming legislature. So I don't think these products are competitive. It's certainly not our intention to harm the tribe financially. It may not, I don't know. I've not seen data about that one way or the other. What we do know is if it's successful, it will benefit the county and the city in a way that they haven't been able to benefit like many of the other counties and cities in Wyoming have.
Thank you.
President Broussard, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Wildcat.
I think one of the things that Chairman Goggles was alluding to was the definition of Indian lands. And it talks about within the limits of the reservation. There has been some court cases that the National Gaming Commission has had to decide on when there's fee land within the boundaries or within the reservation area. So those have actually been popping up fairly frequently. So typically a tribe would go back to the National Gaming Commission and would seek definition on that land if those tribes around that land that's surrounding the fee land in question, if they would have jurisdictional authority over it when it comes to regulating gaming within those limits. So I believe that's what he was alluding to.
Thank you. Any further questions to Commissioner Wildcat or to 307? How about Mr. Kaler? Do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President. The only thing I'd say, back in, I think it was fall of 2017, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals again ruled that, at least as far as the city of Riverton goes, that does not fall within the Wind River Indian Reservation boundaries, for what that's worth. That's been decided by the courts.
Thank you. It's helpful. All right.
Call for the question.
Yeah. Charlie, we're going to do a roll call vote. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
We do. Okay. Yeah.
President Broussard, we have a motion made by Commissioner Rithaler and was seconded by Commissioner Kura to approve the location as presented.
Have a roll call vote.
Move forward with roll call. Thank you. President Broussard.
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice President
Yes.
Cabello. Commissioner Schiffer. Yes. Commissioner Rithaler.
Yes.
Commissioner Kura.
Yes.
Commissioner Francisco.
Yes.
Commissioner Wildcat.
No.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 10. We don't need that. Do we need to go into executive session?
At this point in time, we don't.
Okay, so we'll move to item number 11, next meeting dates.
Next meeting dates are still to be determined, and part of the reason for that, Commissioners, I apologize for everyone else, you can't make plans with this. We have some 60-day windows that we have to dovetail in, and obviously, we've got some rules to work on with the roping events. So we will keep you abreast. We will look at further down the road and get those meeting dates set there, but I'm expecting we'll have an April meeting, somewhere in April maybe. Or not, excuse me, not April, May, sometime in May. We do have on our agenda today, general discussion and public comment. And it was initially discussed that we would have just a little bit of a discussion on the future of gaming in Wyoming and just kind of hear from maybe the permittees here. They're here still in the room, and if Wyoming horse racing is online. And with that, how it relates to the legislative session that we just had, and looking at responsible growth, looking at of the historic racing, and looking at the saturation levels, and what can the three permittees do and work together. During the session, I think prior to the session, the three permittees all stood together out in the hall, at least the lobbyists did, and said that they needed to work together, needed to work in unison on projects moving forward. And, you know, there's the concern with that growth, and we're hearing it. The legislature did not take action on that this session, but there's still concerns. We're still getting concerns from representatives, from senators, and from local community officials as well. So if this is an opportunity to visit with us a little bit, and maybe hear hear from Wyoming Horse Racing, Wyoming Downs, 307, and if Representative Davis has something to add to this as well that's here, or Representative Newsom, or if Senator Driscoll's still on the call.
Anybody would like to comment, come forward or not?
Mr. President, while Representative Davis is coming forward, I'd like to ask 307, or not 307, but Wyoming Downs. I see Converse County rejected your HHR. What was their feelings there? Are they concerned about where it's going with that?
Let's see. It was a communist plot.
That clears it up. Okay, we get it now.
No, so we're going back on April 20th to give a full presentation. We weren't able to give a presentation because of the weather, believe it or not. No one could make it. The commission, half their commissioners or a couple of their commissioners weren't there. So hopefully we'll be welcome there. We feel a good facility there in Douglas. We've been working in Douglas quite some time. We're under contract with those folks. So hopefully that goes as planned.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir.
Representative Davis, you have the floor.
President Burchard, just some questions that were being asked and circulated around were due to the growth of the industry in the state of Wyoming, particularly in Natrona and, our larger cities there, as a responsible growth. And a lot of that will have to do with what the free market will offer up there, as these permittees have all got their business plans together and everything like that. And the other comment that was being brought forth was, are the permittees straying from the original intent of the legislation, which was to support the horse racing, the industry itself, and improve the industry? And that's the question that they have to ask themselves. Are they still focused on the live racing part of this? And those were some of the comments that were heard, and a lot of questions that were asked of myself, and I don't know if they asked them of you, Representative Newsom, but those were some of the concerns that were being brought forth. And in my time there on the commission too, we heard that from city fathers and Carbon County, or county commissioners, and also the ability for them to, how do they control the growth? Because as the commission is concerned, you have a box, they fill it in, and they're doing a great job of filling in and doing that. So your hands are not, it's not your decision to control their growth, so it's a regulation deal in here. As much as we hate oversight and rules and all that stuff, at what point does saturation occur? And, and once again, I believe it's the free market determines what saturation is. But anyway, those were some of the comments that were shared over there. And Representative Newsom, you have more?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think as we talked about House Bill 183, and there were several amendments brought that had nothing to do with what House Bill 83 was intended to do, and it had to do with regulation of the industry. Fortunately, we determined that those were not germane to the intent of House Bill 183, but there were two amendments. If you go to the digest on that bill, you can see what the amendments were, and one of them was to limit the number of machines based on population, and another one of them was to give county commissioners the ability to regulate beyond the permit process, to decide beyond the permit process, because much like here, I think in the county commissioners, if the permittee checks all the boxes, I think their hands are bound, and they have to establish that permit. And so I think those were the two items that amendments were brought to House Bill 183 that we determined were not germane to House Bill 183, but I think that that's the feeling of several members in the legislature, is that, you know, as they see this growth, especially in our larger cities, especially in Cheyenne and Casper, that they're concerned about what that does to the feeling of their town, the proliferation of OTBs. And then the county commissioners kind of have that same feeling and would like the ability, I think, to have more input in the regulation of permits. And I think we'll see that legislation, something like that, in this next session.
And Mr. President?
Yep.
And once again, you know, the county commissioners and the city fathers do have the ability to control where and when the growth is through the zoning, you know, in their own communities. And some of those things aren't being evaluated or taken into consider, you know, as how they can how they can control those things. But on the other hand, as far as the permittees are concerned, they're making a substantial investment here. And so they need some reassurances from their point that there's a time to recover that before, you know, so it's going to be tough legislation, I believe.
Thank you. Kyle, you want to go?
Kyle Ridgway with 307 Horse Racing. I'll just kind of say a few things that I think I've been saying for about a year, but it's worth, I think, repeating just in terms of some of the conversation that's been ongoing. If you look at the Converse County resolution that was with our permit for Douglas, you can see that when the counties have a first bite at approving a location, they have absolute discretion in the language of that resolution. What has happened is counties have given approvals that then basically got rid of their ability to come back and regulate later. And the courts have interpreted that in a certain way in the Campbell County litigation, that once you give a resolution, you can't come back and do anything. And so it's easily fixable by giving a county a one-time second bite at the apple for locations if they want. What I'll tell you is if you go through the publicly available financial reporting data and you look at this spreadsheet that was provided in your packet today about terminal counts, and you go look at handle numbers, what you'll see is that it's about the quality of the location, not the amount of terminals that you have. There's this mindset that the terminal in and of itself is bad somehow. And it's not that the terminal itself is bad. It's what's the quality of the location? What's the amenity that's being offered to the customer? What kind of customer service are they going to obtain when they come to the facility? Is it clean? Is it in a good location? Is it easy to park? Those kind of free market things that Representative Davis talked about. And so there is a certain amount of this where the market's resolving some of it. The other thing that is interesting is I was just doing some work on this over the weekend, but there are actually less operating facilities in Natrona County now in terms of reporting revenue than there were prior to 307 opening their first location in this county. Interestingly enough, there are all kinds of things that are permitted, but what is actually operating? And that's something I think that the commission could look at is, I mean, we have a location here in Casper that was located in a hotel that has gone through foreclosure. The facility's not operating. I believe all the terminals have been pulled out. And I had asked the question to myself, you know, so what happens at that point? Does the permit stay for forever? Or does this board have the ability to come and say, well, the facility hasn't been in operation for a year. Does the permit get to stay for that location or not? Some of the mini site things that have happened here with other locations in Natrona County related to some of them were approved for additional terminals, some of them weren't. Like, what do you do with these locations that still have the 4 where it was denied? There's things that you all already have authority to deal with and you have discretion to deal with under statute. But to me, it comes down to when you're evaluating whether you want to permit a facility or not, is it the quality that the citizens of Wyoming should expect? Is it in a location that the citizens of Wyoming should expect? Those are things that you absolutely have the ability to evaluate. So those are just some of the things that are kind of on my mind and some of the things that we share. And it is, in my opinion, a loud-ish minority of people. And it takes education from all of us to let people understand what it is. I know the general public has a lot of confusion about which operator is which too, to a certain extent. And there's an amount of marketing that we've attempted to do on that, but it still doesn't matter. I mean, I've been told in Casper that I own all the Wyoming Downs locations. I'm like, no, I don't. So I think it just takes time, but I think at the same time, if you look at what's happening in the horse racing industry itself, you look at these breeders' numbers, you look at the amounts of horses. I mean, Jack was telling me, I think we're gonna have like at least 50 to 75% more horses at our meet this year, and it's the third year we've run than the year before. And it takes time for the tail on these things to come together. Like somebody else was talking about, I think it was Judy was talking about, it takes 3 years for some of that to shake out. So anyway, I think from the perspective of the public, I mean, you have 3 people that are competing aggressively, 3 companies that are competing aggressively, but the product offerings are also getting better with the newer facilities that are coming out too. So we're excited about what we're doing at 307, and yeah, just some things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
President Broussard, in some of our discussions, I've talked to a few of the permittees, is there value, and I'm asking that of you all, is there value in you all working a little closer together on issues and on concerns and coming up with ideas moving forward? Mr. Nelson or 307, I don't know if is Mr. Joyce or anybody from Wyoming Horse Racing still on?
Okay. Mr. Joyce, you're trying to get on? Or no? Hi.
How'd all these people get in my room?
Hey, Eugene. I'm on as well. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. Pete Ligori from Wyoming Horse Racing. Before Eugene provides some context on some of the growth in horse racing stats, which have been amazing in my mind in recent years. It's been incredible as we've looked at the growth. I just wanted to comment on our perspective as business owners. We obviously are very interested in responsible growth. Unresponsible growth is bad for everyone. And in the long run will hurt the state, hurt the communities, and obviously hurt us as owners. So we are very supportive of that thought process and mindset. But on the other hand, we're also supportive of obviously free market economics. We believe there is some saturation occurring in some areas of the state. And, we have to be careful, obviously. And again, I think in looking for investment returns, you're never going to want to place investment and money and resources in areas where you don't believe you'll be able to generate a return for the state, the community, and horse racing. So from our standpoint, we've been very thoughtful, in particular recently, about our touristic OTB approval process. We made sure that both cities that we sought to position these assets and these properties in were very involved from the very beginning. And as you may recall in our packages, we asked each mayor from those communities to write a letter of support to make sure the commission understood for sure that the local communities were involved and were in the end very supportive of what we were trying to do and accomplish as in terms of our new projects. We think that's a good model, candidly. getting a county resolution is great, but I think also proving that you've got collaboration with the local community, I think will sway and potentially mitigate concerns that the communities don't necessarily have a say. So, in that regard, the responsible growth to me means the continued proving of the benefit to horse racing, the communities and ultimately the state when new projects are open. So I think on your list, Charlie, or Executive Director Moore, sorry, I think I saw, doing a reality check, kind of a follow-up on some of the feasibility study economics. We think that's not a bad idea. I mean, not always going to get it right. Obviously, in a lot of cases, we're using outside experts and some of our own judgment, but it's still, in the end, the goal should come back to what the underlying legislation was, which is support the industry. So I know, Eugene, you've got a lot of specific information relative to growth, and we just went through that a little bit a while ago, and we talked about that. Would you mind just commenting on a couple of those?
Sure. I think our industry, when we first passed HHR back in 2013, and the parimutuel industry throughout its history has always been self-funding, self-regulating. And it is through private investment, through the operators, that we've grown at this phenomenal rate. And with that comes, growing pains. And we have taken some hits recently from people not quite understanding how our industry works. And they see the proliferation of terminals, and they see the proliferation of the number of sites. And again, I'll echo Pete's sentiments that we are for managed growth, so that we do it in a responsible way, that we all fit into the communities that we want to serve. That being said, we have delivered on everything we promised the legislature back in 2013. We have gotten direct funding to the cities and counties, unencumbered money that they can do whatever they want with. We have pushed money towards the breeding program, to the agribusiness that is horse racing. And the growth of the terminals precedes the growth of the horses coming to the track and the number of race days, et cetera. And what you're seeing now is, when you look at Brandy's numbers, that is starting to happen. And so we are one of the great success stories in horse racing over the past decade. What we haven't done a good job of is communicating that to the general public, to the legislature, probably not even to this commission. And so we need to do a better job. We need to be collaborative with the other operators so that we can do things in a collaborative way. But at the end of the day, make no mistake, we are growing and we have a positive impact on the state. Again, when I got here in 2011, the economic impact of horse racing in Wyoming was zero. This past year, it's over $160 million. And that is a fantastic benefit to all of us and all the citizens of the state. Do we need to improve in certain areas? Absolutely. But we need to do it and come together as a community, as an industry, and make sure we all have input with all the stakeholders to come up with a game plan going forward. And with that, I'd take any questions, or Pete, if you want to follow up.
No, I'm good, Eugene. Thank you. We welcome any questions.
Well, it's 4 o'clock.
I have a question of you. So collectively, Wyoming Downs 307 and Wyoming Horse Racing, what type of timeline are you on to get some of this information together and working with the horsemen? Is there a timeline? Have you got together on this, as Mr. Joyce had mentioned?
Yes, Charlie, this is Pete Lagore again. We actually got together as a group this spring and essentially hired an outside independent party to do an economic impact study. That study is done. And we are just waiting for final comments from everyone. But our thought was to obviously share that with the commission and ultimately share that with key legislators to make sure everyone had that significant information at their fingertips.
Thank you, Kyle.
President Broussard, commissioners, I don't know that there's a major problem at this point with the operator's ability to communicate with each other. I mean, in a certain respect, there's only so much you can communicate with one another about because you're also competing. And so what kind of, like, is Wyoming Horse Racing going to tell me and show me schematics for their Southern Cheyenne parlor and their border strategy? And am I going to show them what we're doing at the remodel of the Montgomery Ward? Like, I mean, no. But in terms of trying to work together on race meets and things like that, and generally having some communication. I mean, this legislative session, there was communication between all three of us on a variety of different issues. So, and I would say that was vastly improved in my experience from what originally was in place. So, where there was none.
There was none.
So yeah, I don't know specifically what you're looking for other than, I mean, we have that economic impact study that we've spent a lot of time on together, and we've worked together where we can on issues that make sense. And the hope is we can continue to do that as we go along.
And just to follow up, I think where I'm going with this is from the information I have actually from you was communication is broke down some. So that's where I got that notion. And if that is incorrect, then I would stand back away from that. But that's information that I understood from you, that there were problems. So, but just trying to get a timeline for this commission to kind of have an understanding, where is this going? Is there anything going? If not, so.
Well, I guess, I mean, the biggest issue is that we still have this trespass thing at Wyoming Downs, which we had some conversations about in the hall today. And I don't know that I've successfully gotten anywhere with that related to Jack's ability to appear at Wyoming Downs or any 307 personnel being able to appear to Wyoming Downs facility. I have requested that get removed. And I talked to a couple folks about that today, and I'm hopeful that we can get that there. That is, if there was a major problem, that's the major problem.
Okay. Should we adjourn the meeting?
If we've had ample time to discuss, looks like you all are boxed up ready to go.
We've had plenty of discussion, in my opinion. Yeah.
I'm still on the clock till 5 o'clock, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You guys will be trying to get home.
Good job, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you.
If you'd like to adjourn, adjourn.
I do. I think we all do. Any objection to adjourning? Otherwise, you do? Yeah. All right. Thank you. The meeting's adjourned 4:05.